Let's just get things up and running. If anybody's just tuning in, could you just confirm if you can hear me or not? Hey, Astronomy with Claire. How you doing, Claire? Are you imaging tonight? If you can hear me, that is. Test, test. Loud and clear. Oh, thank you, Stan. That's brilliant. No. Trolling me. Crikey. Nice to see you, by the way, Stan and Claire, of course, and Sammy. Hope you're all keeping well. Ahoy, Gabe. How you doing, bud? Got a few plans for tonight. I've just changed around some of my equipment in the observatory very slightly. So we're going to take a look at that and plan what we're going to do. Ghost Flyer, how's it going? It has been a while, mate. Yeah, it's good to see you in another live stream. Appreciate it. Thank you, Gabe. Appreciate that as well, mate. It's always a concern of mine, basically. Whenever I'm going live, I've had it before. I've been talking for like 5 minutes and not realised that nobody could hear me. So I'm trying to avoid a repeat of that kind of situation, basically. Claire is shooting with a 26C on M101. Nice. And ISR on Galaxy. Cool. Marek, how's it going? Hello from Poland. Hello there, mate. Good to see you here. What's the equipment tonight, Gabe? And hello, Locaton as well. So what we've done, Gabe, let me just fire up. Best way to do this, I guess. Just to give you an idea of what we're kind of dealing with. Stellarium. Is that opening in the right page? No, it's not. Hang on. Bear with me just 1 second. This should be the correct one. Yeah. So, the Edge HD 11. I've decided I'm taking off the Hyperstar for a while and I'm going to go super punched in. Like using the 533. So, to give you an idea of just how punched in that is. I don't know. Let's take a look at the Leo SSX. So, normally people can frame all three of these pretty comfortably, can't they? Whereas that's my field of view now. Just that red box. So, really, really tight. Just popping out to set up. No problem, Astro Q. Good stuff. Gideon. Good to see you, Gideon. I'm doing well, mate. Thank you for asking. Hope you're keeping well as well. Alan, nice to see you in another live stream. Ghost Flyer spent a few months in the Philippines. Decided to move there. That's awesome, mate. Good on you. Why not? Ghost Flyer tried shooting last night. Could not get tracking to play nice. So I poured some vodka. Pete, how's it going, Pete? Good to see you, mate, as always. It's the last clear night of the unreasonably clear skies we've been having, says Chloe. Yeah, that's true. So I thought, make the switch now, basically, and then I'm ready for the next clear nights whenever they are. But potentially, there's a couple of planetary nebula targets I'd like to take a look at tonight once it's actually dark enough. We don't get really darkness until 10 PM now. But yeah. What else we're going to be doing, once we've got things set up and just about ready to go, is take a look at the Discord. As usual, we can do some image rating and appreciation. But yeah, should be a bit of fun. Just see. Pico, hi from Aberdeenshire. Just started Mosaic on NGC 1499 with the C-Star S50 in EQ mode. 30-second exposures. Nice, mate. Nice. I'd be interested to find out how you get on with 30-second subs, Pico. I know that when I tried it, I found that 20-second subs even though like the per sub exposure signal to noise ratio is lower, the keep rate is higher, so you end up with overall more data. I found it was just dropping a couple too many subs for me at 30 seconds. But yeah, what is your experience with shipping scopes overseas? Me personally, mate, nil. I haven't got any. We're on the hard stuff again tonight, guys. Iron Brew Extra. Got a fresh can as well. Got my super hyperstar together. And ground the corrective lenses needed. What the heck? F1.1, Gabe. That is nuts. And you're grinding your own lenses. Phenomenal stuff, mate. Let's just see. Trying to catch up with chat fully and get ready with stuff. But yeah, this is the field of view that we're dealing with tonight. Real tight. Locaton, another +1 for doing stuff at native focal length. Yeah, 100%, mate. Well, I'll show you actually one thing that kind of twisted my arm a bit. I dug out some subs of M51. Stacked like 20 minutes of M51 subs at native focal length with the Edge HD at f10. And then 20 minutes of subs with the Hyperstar with the 585. And did a little side-by-side processing comparison in PixInsight. Not taking them all the way or anything like that, just taking a look at what the underlying data looked like. And if you'll just allow me a moment, should be able to get an idea of roughly what it looks like. I've wasted time, damn it, is what I've called this one, .jpeg. You can see 20 minutes of subs on the left at f10 looks miles better than the Hyperstar stuff. To me, you know, there's just so much more resolution going on. Hopefully you can make that out, and that's really twisted my arm into giving it a proper go, I reckon. Once again, I know the image that I took that I think I've probably been one of the most happy with, one of the images I've been the most happy with, if I could English for a moment, is the bubble nebula data that I took with the Edge HD and the 533 at native focal length. So yeah, there's a pretty stark difference there. Both had, you know, appropriate processing applied. I can only imagine if you took this from just 20 minutes to 200, or obviously a lot more, ideally. And the same thing with this, you'd see probably a wider difference too. But yeah, I just thought that was fairly interesting. Iron Brew for the win, indeed. I think it's time to crack the second can, to be honest with you. Cheap Astro, how's it going, mate? Seven Skies Astro, Rob. Are you imaging tonight, Rob? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well, mate. Yeah, I hope the same for you. Yeah, F1.1, that's going to be ridiculous, mate. And Astro Cop, never had Iron Brew, eh? It's, I'm trying to think what I could liken it to describe it. Have you ever had Lucasade, maybe? I think it's a little bit like Lucasade myself. Kenneth Zomas, good to see you. Can't make my mind up for a target. That's fair enough, mate. Well, I know what I'm doing with my other two rigs. So on the ASCAR SQA 106, I've got that rigged up just on my phone using the 2600 Air. That's going to be firing off some subs on the Cygnus wall. How inventive. But yeah, I decided I want to go for that with that rig for this last clear night. And then I'm also finishing off the same project on like the same target range, the Cygnus wall again, but just with the SQA 55 and the QHY mini mono camera. So that's going to be an SHO mono project that I can work on as well. Should be a bit of fun. Gabe, that's unbelievable, mate. F1.1, is that like verified by plate solving as well? So you know exactly what you're actually getting. What's with the commercials, Ghostflyer? So if you're getting commercials, mate, it's because obviously I need to make money. This is my job, so I do run ads. I have it set to automatically run ads though, based on viewer experience. So if you've not seen a commercial for a while, you may get served one, but if you've just seen one, you probably won't see one for a while now. I've got it set to balanced mode. Just doing a reprocess on the Rosebud Nebula while I watch the hailstorm outside, says Duck. Crikey. Mike, much better than doing your income tax filing. Fair enough, mate, yeah. I need to get this year's done as well. Pavel, good to see you. Hope you're having a good evening, mate. Nice to see you again in another live stream. Kieran, good to see you as well. I'm just trying to catch up with chat properly before we get things like kicked off, of course, but I'll have to get some biltong for me, says Chloe. Yeah, I don't mind biltong. It's not bad. Prefer jerky, I think. Let's just see. Image in the Sunflower Galaxy, says Kieran. Nice, mate. Congratulations again on the new camera. I'm a Coke person myself, but it has to be can, not bottle. Fair enough. Stefan. Hi, Luke. Hello, Stefan. Any recommendations for SHO? Can't wait for the summer nebulae. Maybe Jones Emberson 1, I think. The headphones nebula, I think it's called. Let me just try to... That's probably going to be up for you, mate. If you want to see what we're talking about there, it's this thing. So, depends on your focal length, though, a little bit as well, whether you're going to be able to reasonably catch that or not, but it's an interesting target. Could be a shout for you. Well, the rest of the summer stuff's like low right now, ain't it? Managed to image Hoag's object last night. Damn, that's cool. I love the idea of that, Rob. How low was that on the horizon, kind of thing? Thanks for hosting tonight, Luke. Thanks for the new video drop. Did I sleep some? Not enough, Mike. Not enough at all, mate. But yeah, we're doing his best. Always glad to hear though that you're enjoying the videos and the streams. Absolutely. Just stopping by. Currently not home, but we'll be back later, says Brody. Nice one, Brody. Hope to see you a bit later on, mate. Safe journey home. Difficult to describe how I'm routes. Luke said it isn't too far off, to be fair. Yeah, I don't think it's that far off. Tonight should do the plate solving to verify just what F ratio will actually be at. Yeah, that'll be absolutely sick, mate. It'd be interesting to figure out, well, you'll figure it out based on your plate solve result, but it will be interesting to see what it's actually came up at. That's going to be crazy. Nice to see you, DP John. Hope you're having a good day, mate. Hi from sunny California, says Francis Tabor. Hello to you too, mate. Hope you're having a good day. Gabe says, earlier this week we got the first shipment of QHY Minicam 8s. Damn. I received 24 and within 2 days I've shipped them all out already. Bloody hell. That's superb. What are your views on calling the full moon certain names throughout the year? No strong feeling. I mean, if the time that the full moon's coming bears a significance to something that might be going on at that time, like the harvest moon, then maybe. But yeah, it doesn't mean much to me, I guess. Francis has just picked up an Edge HD. Should be here Monday. Congratulations, mate. I think you're going to be very, very happy. Biltong is amongst the better things that humankind came up with. Philip Butcher. Hi, Luke. Hello, Philip. No imaging tonight. Had a full cleaning strip down of my RC. Ooh. Now the calibration. Got you, mate. Christopher Ventura. Hello there, Christopher. Hogs isn't easy. It's tiny, smaller than Jupiter in image scale. Yeah. Where is it exactly? Let's just, because I've imaged ARP. Is it ARP 159? Just figure this out. No, it's not ARP 159. Trying to remember what the tiny little one that I imaged a few years back was. Like one galaxy going through another galaxy like that. It's definitely an ARP object. Hogs object. Ooh, bit low, isn't it, mate? But Okay. Not even showing up on this thing. Why is that? Is that in the wrong spot? How odd. Let's fire up. Tell you what. Let's just fire up Nina. I'll open up this for a view of the sky for us with the 676. When it gets clear, I'm doing bodes with HA. Nice, mate. Nice. Oops. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, that's what's going on. Yeah, bodes with HA. That should be fun. Locaton suggest NGC 5033. Some good suggestions for you there. Gideon says, what kind of glass is in the Apo series from Ascar? It's neither, mate. It's not FPL 51 or 53. It's some sort of proprietary glass that they're using. It's good, is all I can say. I've been very happy with it. I wouldn't call it like perfect. It's not something that's super low dispersion or whatnot, but yeah, it's nothing like FPL 51. That's chromatic aberration city. You know what I mean? Should try Abel 85. Abel 85. Wonder just about where that is then, mate. What's my best way of checking? Would you suggest if I look it up, Nina, we'll be able to get an idea if it's imageable. That needs to be clipped. Yeah. I realise how that looked, but yeah, it does look like that. The galaxy I'm talking about. You know what I meant. Get things up and running. But yeah, I just put this all on last night and got the Hyperstar, the Edge HD perfectly collimated, ready. So we should be all good to go. I also got the off-axis guider installed on the 533, so that's ready to go. Hopefully ensuring we get a good chance at some targets. Just unparking this scope for a minute. Sounds like we've got a helicopter going over. Ooh, 2. Is that right? Blimey. Bit too much gain there. I do like this sky cam that we've got going on. That's pretty nifty. What exactly is rocketing straight overhead right now? Let me just take a look with my eyes. Looks bright. Dude, I must be bloody blind. I can't see. Not even that dark out there, but I could not see what the heck that was that left that trail. Watching golf, chatting here, Fridays. How's it going, Pim, by the way? Nice to see you. So you're saying, hang on, wait, Rob, you've just said Hoag's object is the one I'm talking about. Am I thinking of something else? Let me just Google it, dude. No, Hoag's object is something else. I didn't image this one. Male's object is what I imaged. That thing. Yeah, I went after that, and if we just jump on Telescopius, let's have a look at the two of them. So Hoag's Hoag? I can't find it. Does it have an ARP designation or something? PCG 54559. No. Wow. What the heck? How are we going to find this thing? Why is this not showing up in Telescopius? That seems... This is throwing me a total curveball, dudes. I'm going to have to find it with right ascension and declination. This is in Serpent's Caput, though, so I can't possibly hit this yet. That is below the horizon right now. Right? I mean, Serpent's is where M16 is and things like that, so... No for me. Unless I'm completely just losing my marbles. Which is possible. But yeah, Males object. This is sometimes, it's definitely got an ARP designation. Sorry, well, I'm just thinking aloud and trying to find this. ARP 148. Alright. 148. So this one is absolutely redonkulously tiny. Take a look at that thing. That's at 2800 mil with a 533. Minuscule, but I think we could have a good shot at that. Now, where was? Just try to catch up. 54, 55, 9. Not many images of it. Hubbles is great. Oh, Chloe's been on Skyscanner. Helicopter's an air ambulance and the airplane is an A330. Not on Telescopius. We'll have to find it then, mate. I'll, hang on then. So we'll leave Males object open so we can compare side by side. Fresh tab. Right ascension 1517 and deck 2135. I'll just click any of them and we can start scanning around. 12, 14, 15, 17 and declination 2135. Should be somewhere around here. Sorry, I'm determined to find this thing now. It's bugging me. I want to know what it is. Hang on. 15, 17. 15, 17. There we go. So, right, we've had to manually find the bloody thing. There's Hoag's object. Pretty cool. Bigger, I would say, than the one I imaged as well. Males galaxy, but it looks like Males is brighter. I think that's fair to say. But yeah, I tried this a while back with the 2600 MC Pro on a 300 PDS. It was actually one of the last things I think I shot before I made my observatory. And it turned out okay, but I reckon I could definitely do better these days. Allow me to just catch up with chat a little bit. I've got a couple of other targets chose, by the way, that I would like to shoot. If I can just fire up my... So we've got Discord ready and waiting. I would like to take a look at this, if not imaging it, just taking a look at the PN A6639 in Hercules. Not very high at the minute, only 19 degrees or so. So... not ideal. Before that, I'd like to take a look at the cat's eye as well. That should be well placed for my system. Pity that I think I'd have to really spoil the framing of one or the other to capture this little galaxy nearby as well, though. But it is what it is. NGC 6543. We can try to point it at this, I reckon, right now and see if we can see anything. So, I'll tell you what we could do as well. As you can see, we've got a bit of time before we can actually start imaging. 12 minutes past 10. So if I connect up in SharpCap, maybe we could live stack for a bit, or... Nah, I'm making too much work for myself. I'll settle down. get this thing loaded up. Just gonna catch up with chat a little bit if I can. Just got the Ascar 103, says Aaron Freeman. Congratulations, Aaron. And then the rain came in. Yeah, that's that's the classic telescope story, innit, mate? Full salute and center. See if we can find this thing. Finally found you, Luke. Run! Could be. Hopefully, Pete. Yeah, someone heading somewhere nice. I'm going to try to not get too far behind. Just got your rotator, says Pim. Okay, but couldn't get the correct back focus, so I had to order some adapters. Okay. Fair enough, mate. Hopefully they come in for you soon. Do you only have a few categories in Stellarium? I don't think Stellarium's that complete, really, to be honest, for some of these smaller targets. At least not to my knowledge. Lets me down often. Hey, there's the cat's eye, anyway. Reckon we should image this in, I don't know, hydrogen, oxygen? Go narrowband on it for a bit. Take some short subs. I wonder if we'll blow the core out with like 60-second subs or something, hopefully short enough. I don't know. Let's just I will set up a brief sequence that we can run just as a tester before it actually gets dark, and then we can make decisions beforehand, I guess. So legacy sequencer. I want to do... I'll do a loop, because I've tested this telescope, and with these filters in place, it is completely, truly parfocal between all the filters. So if I focus in any filter, all the rest, including infrared if I wanted to do that as well, they're all in focus. So I've no need to, like, you know, take 20 hydrogen, 20 oxygen, 20 sulfur or something like that. I can actually interleave if I wish. We don't need to salute or center. We do want to start guiding. We can trigger an autofocus, and we will chase it every degree. 60, whoops, second sub. We'll take a test sub, by the way. I'll trigger an autofocus now. We'll take a test sub at 60 secs and go from there. We'll learn something. Males object, yeah, very interesting target, mate. ARB 148. Hang on, let me just try to find it for you. I did a YouTube video on it. Turned out okay, if I do say so myself. Try to find the thing. Why can't I find my own videos? This is not ideal. I'll just pull it on screen a minute. You're a long time back, so we'll have to keep on rolling. Christ, that was some time ago. No hair. No hair, don't care. So I've got my peer and stuff at that point. Here we go, the most distant galaxy I've ever shot. Share. Whoop. I think that turned out okay, to be honest with you. I'll just whack that in there if anybody wants to see that one at any point. But I did have a good go at shooting males object. Which we took a look at. Looks like autofocus is a little bit squifferoony at this point in time, but I wonder why that is. Don't like the look of it. I would have said it's probably close to the right position anyway, but tell you what. Let's just take a 10-second H sub and see if it looks to be just about in focus or not. Can't move the filter wheel now. So you just love issues. I love them, me. Right. Trying again. Looking for Abel 85. Well, you're not. I was going to look for that Gideon as well. Yeah, just Telescopius Abel 85. Supernova remnant. Okay. Like, what are we looking at, mate? Oh, it's massive. Right. Got you. Yeah, my field of view is nowhere near appropriate for that, mate. I'd have to... yeah, I could catch it with the SQA 55. I mean, there's Abel 85 in that, but... yeah, my field of view at the minute is properly tiny. But yeah, thank you for the suggestion all the same. You know what? That looks decently focused, but we're seeing... Looks like this is blowing out chuffed on it. I think... Let's experiment for a moment. That's what we need to do. I'm going to disconnect the camera from here. We'll fire up Sharp Cap. Just a sec. Aries M Pro. I'll have to disconnect. Alright, we'll let that crash out a second. I'll disconnect the filter wheel as well in case that's having a brain fart. Always issues. Danny, good to see you, Danny. Sorry I'm getting to these messages a little bit late, guys. Hope you and your family's doing good. Hope the same for you, Danny. Always a pleasure to see you, mate. I appreciate you coming and spending some time. I do, mate. Stu Parker. Hope all is good. It is indeed. Got first light with the C11. Good stuff, Stu. What did you go for that first light then, mate? What was the master plan? Bump up some gain and see if we can't pick up this nebula. Oh, it's connected now. We're in infrared for some reason right now, so I'll change it to hydrogen. See what we come up with. Looks a bit mushy, I'm gonna say. Kick off. No, we shan't kick off auto guide, and I'm probably gonna try refocusing on this if it looks this bad. How does it look in luminance? Get this figured out. Probably going to be blown out, as a guess. Oop, yeah, a little bit too much gain. A little bit soft as well, actually. So we have missed focus somewhat, but you can see some of that general structure. It must be said. That like helix. Oh, you know what? I don't know how bad the focus is. I've just thought to myself, there's one more thing I can do to try and steady this thing down. My Edge HD, of course, has fans installed. I think it's got the Tempest fans. I'm just going to go hook them up right now. And maybe, if there's internal tube currents and such disturbing the seeing, we might be able to settle those rather than just have to like grin and bear it, you know what I mean? So I'll leave you on this view and we'll get an idea, I guess, after a few minutes whether it looks better or not. Experiment. All right. Tempest fans are hooked up. Oh, crikey. Stephen Helixer. Mate, thank you so much for that. £20 donation. What a dude. Thank you, mate. Thank you. I just realised I'm red light blinding you as well. First light for my SQA 106 at Kelling last week. Really a wonderful telescope. Oh, yes, indeed. Tonight, the HD8 on M96. One of the April Hubble Challenge objects. I've no idea what the Hubble Challenge is. I'm going to have to look at that. A bit too close to the bright moon, but oh well, at least it's clear. Stephen, thank you very much indeed for that, mate. That really is very, very kind of you. I massively appreciate that. We'll let this cool for just a moment before we try things. But going to what Stephen just said, I will try to catch up with chat properly in a moment, but I'm sure you can appreciate I'm working through all kinds of fault-finding exercises at the minute. But what Stephen just mentioned there, the SQA 106, man, I've got to agree. What a awesome telescope that thing is. I'm loving it. It's McDonald's. Terrible joke, but I'm sure you get it. Right. Let me just here we are. Trying to find some of these test images. I put together a really silly mosaic with it, with no flats and stuff, just one 5-minute sub per panel. So this is a 9-panel mosaic that I made with the SQA 106. Like I say, each panel is just one 5-minute sub. Could have done with some flats, I think. Some slight like crease crept in just there, but everywhere else looks okay. But yeah, single 5-minute sub, dude. What? Absolutely redonkulous. Hey, look at this, by the way, as well. That could be a nice little target a little bit later on in the year for the Edge HD setup. You know what I mean? Certainly could be. Yeah, just a fun, quick test mosaic sort of thing. Good bit of fun. What else did I do? I've tested as much as I possibly could. Like I've hooked up with a full frame camera. I've hooked up with a mono camera. I've been running it like endlessly with the 2600 Air because that's just so useful to get like out and set up. But let me just check here. I've got some subs. Whoops. Hey, yeah, tried doing oh, crikey, Casey gifted 10 memberships. Mate, thank you so much. And I just want to say as well, Casey, thank you again, mate, for contacting me with the information from Neef. That was really, really cool of you. I appreciated that a great deal, mate. I gave it the old batting off test, by the way. I'll just finish what I was saying there. So this is like focused in luminance, then cycled through the rest of the filters without touching the focuser. So we've got, you know, luminance, red, green, blue, sulfur, hydrogen, oxygen. It's good. I think that's putting it lightly, but it is damn good. This looks tighter to me, guys. It looks like a few minutes of those fans on is settling things down. That central star's dropped in size. There could have been an issue, I reckon. Thank you again, Casey, mate. I really do appreciate that, and welcome aboard all the new members that Casey's just gifted as well. How dare you compare the SQA 106 to McDonald's? It's because I'm loving it, Pete. I don't know. Luke has been slow to jump into advanced sequencer. Yeah. I certainly have, mate, yeah, to be honest. Decided to go with a flat roof, says Daniel Loads. Fair enough, mate. Do you have any pictures of your build that you could put on the Discord for us, Daniel? I'd love to see some of your work, if you wouldn't mind sharing. Anyway, that's I'm sure the rest of us would enjoy seeing that. I will get you a link to the Discord, by the way, if I can just figure out where I've put the Discord page. Here we go. Too many browsers open. Invite people. As you can see, I'm a seasoned master of Discord. Definitely not. But yeah, all the same. Let me just give you this one. So if you want to join the Discord and have your images submitted, viewed by everybody in the stream, gone through, we'd like to do like image ratings kind of thing. I always feel awkward doing it, but people find it useful, and if I'm being quite honest, I find it useful too. That's been a good way for us to spend some time, and especially when the weather corrects itself and goes back to being absolutely garbage, it will probably be a good source of fun for the live streams that we can then do even when it's cloudy. You know what I mean? It could be a bit of fun. Kevin Vander Auer is asking a really good question there, actually, to Stephen. What did you use on your SQA, and what did you go for? What was your target? You know what I mean, for first light? Doing the Roonies again. We are on the Roonies. Unfortunately, Gideon, they have kicked back in. We're settling into some Roonies. What's your gain setting, Sammy? He's asking. Hang about a minute, Sammy. Let me just... So for this, because I'm doing practically low-key imaging at this point, it's really high. 400 gain, 3.75 second exposures, just so we can see the target. But I am going to trigger an autofocus. We'll see if... I don't know if SharpCap will manage it, you know, but we can try. Let me just check its settings. We want an enormous overshoot. Make sure we consume everything. Tell you what, we'll try it. We'll give it a chance. Current focus position, just in case it fails, 24,122. Alright. Let's see what it comes up with. Last time I used this was actually with the Hyperstar. That's the word. That was set up. Don't really know whether it's going to work with this, but we can try. Right, try to catch up a little bit. Rob just confirmed as well. Well, confirmed about 20 minutes back, probably. I'm sorry. That was the target we were talking about. Yeah, got ya. Just catching up, because I realised I asked some people some questions, and I don't want to miss your answers. That'd just be rude. I'll try not to do that. Yeah, Christopher Ventura, we're asking no advanced sequencer. No, not really found the need for it, I would say, with what I like to do. If someone can, you know, mention something compelling that it would offer that I can't do in the basic sequencer, then it might be worth looking into, but yeah, just for me, it's keep it simple. Milkman, good to see you, Milkman. Hope you're doing well and your family as well. Hope the same for you, mate. Always a pleasure to see you. Scott Noel, what's up? What's up, Scott? I'm keeping good, dude. Thank you for asking. Gideon is saying, Luke, could you perhaps do a video or explain how you did how you set up your mini PC on your rig? Sorry, I nearly completely misunderstood there. Potentially Gideon. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's just downloading appropriate software packages, you know what I mean? And kind of just doing that. It looks like it might have done this, you know? Has it worked? It has worked. Look at that. And that fan's worked as well, so the hunch was right. We were seeing some tube currents, almost certainly. 23,978. That looks better to me. All right, well, let's try a short live stack just while we figure things out on what we can get away with in terms of exposure lengths. So we'll do 5-second exposures, 350 gain. Let's try HA. See if we can see anything convincing. Be interesting to see the structural differences in hydrogen and oxygen on this target as well. I would have thought. Now, are these too short? Add some more gain, because we've got no stars to stack with right there, have we? 450 gain. It might struggle. I think it will struggle actually with those. We'll try 10 seconds. This is one of the things where Hyperstar or RASA, etc. is really lenient, of course. You've got a huge range of usable exposure lengths that you can kind of get away with for things like this. All right, it might stack that, and I don't think we've overcooked the core or anything like that just yet. So let's give it a go. Wait for another frame to come in. We'll reset that histogram as well. Looks a bit crushed against the back side, so it might actually need a bit more offset actually as well. But we do seem to have usable subs coming in. Off-axis guider looks in focus, so that's a good signal as well. I'll have to de-stretch and go backwards on this thing. Not easy. So we can see some of the structure. Not looking that convincing there though. Tell you what, now we're roughly on the right track. We'll open things back up in Nina. We'll give this thing another chance to focus as well, just to make sure that the two agree. Basically, just a bit of an experiment that we can do here, because this, you know, it was struggling. See if we can get it any tighter, and if so, happy days. Right. Oop. Active filters hydrogen right now. Let's change it to luminance. We'll focus in luminance. It'd be just a bit easier on it altogether. Keep an eye on these stars now. Right. Trying to catch up again still. Are there any attempts to observe Comet Swan? I've not tried. Jamel? I haven't, mate, no. Yeah, Squiffaroo, Gideon. Typical imaging startup? Absolutely, mate, yeah. Oh, so Stu, you went after the Omega Nebula. Wow. Was great, not so good in the full moon. Got you. Catching up. Thank you again, by the way, Stephen and Casey. Absolute legends. You answered Dan. Fantastic. I did. Yeah, I got back to Dan. Keith Thompson, currently imaging the Wizard with a stellar mirror 125 ED, ZWO 533 MC. Cool. Done M51 with a 180p. Lovely stuff, Keith. Last clear night for you tonight. Looks that way for me as well. Astro Cop. Yeah. So you went for Mercurian's chain, Stephen. Good choice. Yeah, I think it's a worthy choice for such a sharp telescope. Oh, Stan linked the Discord as well. Sorry about that, Stan. I didn't see that you'd already done that, buddy. Don't mind the ruinies, keep them coming. I will endeavour to do so, Gideon. I'm glad you like them, mate. Matt Draxler, good to see you. Sorry I'm late. Not at all, buddy. Need to make sure we get you to NEAIC next year. It would be cool to meet people, for sure. Picked up your first guiding system, says Thomas Mady. A 120mm mini and an SV Bonnie 30mm on the guide scope. Nice one. Advanced is good if you want the automation, but it takes a while to get things stable to handle the things we always run into. Got ya. Yeah. That's good to know, Mike. That looks a bit more, I'd say a bit more robust. I like where it's placed the pip, basically 23.4K. So, could be okay. It's time to try another test exposure, I reckon. So we'll go with, I'm just trying to think now. Is high conversion gain on this at 125 now? Player 1, Astronomy 533, so it's Aries. Sorry, I'll show you what I'm doing on screen. I'm just utilizing the manufacturer graph. Hey, who's this guy? From Player 1 to find out where HCG gain mode kicks in. Because when I first set the camera up, like some time ago now, it was a little bit different, and I could have sworn it kicked in at like 200, but it does look to be 125 now. So that is fair enough. I'll set it to 125. We'll try a 30-second sub. We will guide on that bad boy right there. Let's just see if this looks a blown out mess or what. Hi Luke, are you using a reducer here? Sorry late to the bagging. No problem at all, Stu. No mate, I'm not using the reducer for the Edge HD. I'm not the biggest fan of the Edge HD reducer, to be honest with you. I think it's just not worth the asking price, generally speaking. It can be useful, but when you're wanting maximum quality, you got to go without the reducer on these things. That's for me. I wonder if auto stretch now is causing this to look a bit too overcooked. Do you know what I mean? Imaging. Turn off unlinked stretch. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you can see them from the histogram distribution right there. There's loads of room. So there it is. That fits. So we'll get away with 1 minute exposures, no problem, by the look of that. Fair play. All right, then. Well, that's been a massive fault-finding mission, but I think we have got to the bottom of it right now. So, let's go back to the sequencer, like we were going to do. And is there much to see in sulfur on this target, or is it just like hydrogen, oxygen mainly? We can see there's tons of HA going on. Chuck's got the new Comet in shorts. Nice to see that. What have I missed? What's going on? Says Derry. Not much, mate. Just me fault finding, basically, buddy. I'm trying to get set up, ready to go for a little run at the Cat's Eye Nebula for a while. Probably in hydrogen, oxygen, sulfur. If it looks like there's enough sulfur to entertain adding that as a channel. It looks like there's plenty of oxygen. In fact, I'm seeing a fleck of oxygen nebulosity right there. Don't know if you guys can make that out, but it's definitely there. That's cool. Plenty of structure still. All right. Sulfur. Let's give it a test sub, and from this we'll we'll determine whether we're going to go full HOS or not. Rain on the way to Ireland on Sunday, so might get a bit. Oh, okay. Might get a bit done tomorrow night. Fair enough, mate. Thomas Mady was asking what he's shooting right now. It's the Cat's Eye Nebula, Thomas. That's what I'm going for. Simon's Astro. Hey, Luke. Hey, Simon. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Decided not to image tonight as it's almost full moon. The target is not too far from the moon. 37:18. Got 40 hours so far. Damn, Simon. That's a lot of time. Hey, it looks like the sulfur structure is pretty strong. So, yes, we shall include that. So, we're going to go hydrogen. bin one. Do that every 3 subs. Gain 125. Offset, is it natively 50? 50. Yeah, fair enough. I know it would technically just leave it if I left it on camera, but I just feel like I'm inviting potential for trouble if I don't try to. Try to do it this way. Hydrogen, oxygen, sulfur. Shall we just go 60-second subs? Yeah, I reckon they're long enough, aren't they? Unless you think, shall we risk it for a biscuit and go 2-minute subs? How about that? So I don't want it to autofocus on start, as we've done that. Don't need it to slew again, as we've done that. Yeah, that's fair enough. I'll turn those on for a moment just while I save. Cat's eye SHO. Oh, actually, let's be accurate. HOS. Not that it matters. So that's saved. Now I can switch those off once again. Whoosh. Let's go. I'm happy with its centering, so that's fine. Let's see what these look like then once they get going. May increase the guide exposure slightly though. Go up to like 3 seconds. That looks a little bit more promising. Hope the family's well, says Derry. Thank you, Derry. Yes, we're all keeping well, mate. Hope that yours are well too. Hoping for 50 hours, eh, Simon? 3718. That's the swirly bugger that I shot recently as well, I think. Let me just find it for you, Simon. Yeah, 516 1-minute subs I got, Si. So that's what I was dealing with. Turned out all right, I'd say, on the old Hyperstar. That's what it's like. That's the full frame that I managed to capture. I'm disappointed though, Simon. I'll be honest. I kind of wish at this point that I'd have gone after it with the Edge HD at full focal length and just grinned and bared it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm wondering whether I've wasted part of Galaxy Season or not. I've got some images that I'm happy with, but I just can't help shake the feeling that I'd have been happier with the images that I'd get at F10, basically. Bit of a conundrum. 2600 MC Duo comes tomorrow, says Adfish Fan. What? Congratulations, mate. I think you're going to be very, very happy with that. Guralakos, hello there, mate. Good to see you. We'll wait for this first sub to come in. Just get an idea of what we're dealing with. Hey, looks good. There's some hydrogen nebulosity up above. Ooh, yeah. Hey, that cooling has done the job, man. Those stars look so much better now. I'm really glad. I'm really glad I figured that one out. Otherwise, I'd have been dealing with like soft images all night by having a hot tube, effectively. Phew. That's good. Anyway, all that said and done, we can leave this just... wait, loop. No, I need to set a bigger loop, don't I? That is a mistake that I've just set. We'll do a massive loop. Set that up as well. Whoosh. Yeah, I'll have to watch a moment while it settles this. That was very nearly a silly mistake there. I was about to run off and go look at the Discord with you guys, and this would have taken a hydrogen, an oxygen, a sulfur, and stopped. Nick Verstand, same here, Luke, thinking of going back to native focal length on the older Spree 120 for Galaxies. Can't knock you, Nick. Yeah, I absolutely loved my Spree 120. I thought it really were a lovely scope. The reducer, I had a nightmare of a time with. I ended up buying like 3 of them before I landed on one that I liked. So that would have been a bit of a shit fest, but yeah, I was never quite as happy with the reduced performance as I was with just the native flattener. That was always when that scope was at its best, I reckon. Not quite getting the details with the reducer. Yeah, that's fair enough, Nick. I reckon, like, smack down the barrel, fully on axis, the reducer ain't bad, but a little bit off, and you know, and suddenly you're in slightly wonky town. It were all right. I don't know. Maybe I'm just remembering it as being worse than it was, but I don't know. I certainly think the scope deserved using more with it at native rather than reduced. What do you reckon's going on there? Then let's get this third sub out of the way, and then we can kick things off. This has changed filter on it. Hydrogen, oxygen. Yeah, it definitely has. What we're seeing in background, 270 mean, 230. I'm guessing the rest of it's moonlight then. That's creeping through the oxygen filter. Probably have to deal with that. Got Hickson 56. Also, I had no idea what that one even is. Simon, hang on, mate. Hickson 56. Oh, the group next to it. I'm with you. Sorry. Yeah, that is. It's a nifty little group. A group of Rooney. Marcin B. Hello there, Marcin. Good to see you, mate. We're just waiting for a sub exposure to come in. So if you guys have something you want, you know, checking out on the Discord, just bang some in now. I'll get through as many as I possibly can tonight. Probably can't be doing like a 4-hour stream or something like that though. I'd like a bit of family time later on. I've been that busy this past week. I've barely seen Chloe and my son. It's been we live in the same house. Look at that difference in structure, by the way. Like the hydrogen, obviously it's overly stretched. Oxygen, and then that sulfur coming through. That's going to do some heavy lifting. I think that'll be interesting. The Lucas, good morning, mate. Good morning to you too. I always enjoy your streams. That's very kind of you to say, mate. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. I see we've got a few people here actually. 86 viewers now, so that's nice to see. Hope you do enjoy the streams. When they're not me just kind of chaotically setting up my rig. But yeah, it has kicked off. It is going to follow along now properly, so happy days. We can just wait for this to get higher and higher, and hopefully the subs get better and better quality as well. A little bit later on in the night, I'd like to take a look at that other planetary nebula, perhaps. I'll tell you though, guys, one thing I'm always wrestling with on the note of like imaging at long focal length. I'm such a one-shot colour man. I really do love one-shot colour. I'm just already wondering, should I have just put the 6200 on this thing and just imaged it that way and let it be whatever it'll be? I don't know. I'm sure this will turn out better, but it is very restrictive in terms of field of view. Right, anyway, enough nonsense spouted from me, so I'll get on with the Discord. Again, like I say, check the top of chat if you'd like an invite to my Discord. It is absolutely popping off, to be honest. We've got a ton of people in here now. I think it's over like 600 members, something like that. So where did we last leave images? I'll refresh the page so we can get an idea of what's what. Oh, it looks like some people have been banging some images in. That's good to see. Ooh, some stonkers as well. Nice stuff. All right then, so the last things we saw were Board in Dundee. Right there, some C-star images. So let's kick things off right where we left last time. Totally agree with you. I'm a one-shot colour guy as well. Absolutely, Gideon. I'm glad to hear you're on team one-shot colour, mate. I I don't know what it is. It does it for me. It actually really does scratch the itch more than mono, even though I know mono results are better. No, you know, I'm not going to try arguing that. It's just that one-shot colour these days is good enough that it does it for me. Brian the Primate, hola. How's it going, mate? Always a pleasure to see you here. And Tim Garrett as well. Most defo team one-shot colour. Yeah, we need flags. We need banners. Get the word out there, Gideon. Pinned link is to your YouTube channel. Oh, I'm an absolute moron. Sorry about that, mate. Now, you definitely put one in chat, didn't you, Stan? There we go. Thank you for that, Stan, by the way. I am glad that you're on it, dude, because clearly I'm not. One-shot colour all the way. Yes. Let's go. I'll tell you what, though. We say that now. 10 years ago, I was like gagging to get my hands on a monochrome camera because the one-shot colour cams of the day, they just weren't up to much, man. You know what I mean? They were alright, but just not like today, where I think the gap is closer than it's ever been. Do you know what I mean? It really, really is. One of the most inspirational things that I do see that always fires me up, without fail, is when I see someone doing like lucky imaging targets, short subs, high gain, and trying to beat the scene a little bit and get something special with thousands and thousands of subs. And it's at its best. I think I like it the most when I see people doing it with one-shot colour for some reason. I guess it's that instant gratification kind of thing. But yeah, anyway, talking nonsense, Anna. I'll shut up and let's take a look at some images. So Henk Dervan wanted to see if I could pull it off. So Heart in Hubble, first try. Damn, dude. Your first try, 60 minutes. FMA 180 Pro, 585 MC Pro. So he's done this with a dual band one-shot colour. Lovely, mate. Thank you for sharing that, Henk. I see you've got some good colours worked on in here. Some nice distribution between them, going from like orange peel coppers to yellow, green, blues, teal. Yeah, good demonstration of your mastery of the application of masking and curves on that. I'd say the only thing obviously that it's going to need is if you could, you know, get it somehow in your data, a bit more detail would be nice to see, because it looks a touch mushy in the core. But yeah, very nice to see overall. Thank you for sharing. Next up, we've got Derry 316. 2.5 hours on M51, image on C-Star S50. Stacked on the device, edited using GradientXtert for background extraction and denoise, and the rest edited in Cyril. Nice, mate. Loads to see there. That tidal extension is pretty much complete as well at that. It goes all the way down there. Fantastic. Yeah, I'll tell you what, C-Star S50 can do some business. I will say as well, Derry, I know you're probably already aware of this if you are watching this, mate. It's a lovely image on its own, but if you passed this thing through BlurXTerminator, it would probably blow your hat off. Do you know what I mean? I think you'd be pretty amazed at the difference. So if you get the chance to try the trial or something like that, mate, absolutely. Or if you send it to someone who's got BlurXTerminator, perhaps they could show you on there as well. We should do a Luco one-shot colour edition t-shirt or hoodie. Yes. One-shot colour for the win, says Minotaur as well. Doing well. Good to hear it, Brian. Let's just see. My next camera on the list will be that Poseidon C Pro. Lovely, Gideon. I think you'd be very happy with that, mate. One-shot colour for Derry as well. Great chat as usual. Currently imaging M82 in narrowband. Lovely. Hydrogen and oxygen. Good stuff. Based on my experiences. Oh, thank you, Gideon. I'm glad to hear that my my demonstrations and usage of that Poseidon has been useful for you. That's really lovely to hear. Like I say, I think you'd be very happy with it. Same for me. One-shot colour, says Mike, on a refractor is just so much less frustration than mono on the Edge 11. 100% agree. Yeah, you'll hear no argument from me on that one, mate. I mean, like, I know we're looking at something redonkulously priced. The SQA and the 2600A, you don't have to go that far, but now I've got that rig and it's set up and running. Man, it's pretty much imaging bliss. It just works. Every single time I want it to do something for me, it does it without fail. There's something to be said for that, you know what I mean? That you're never wrestling with anything or planning, what should I image this in tonight, and getting second doubts. No, just take some subs, dude. Stop worrying about it. Which is useful for me. Neovo. Same rig as normal, 6-inch f5. Scroll down for more recent edits. Okay, Ed, we'll take a look at these. Only very few frames this time. 15, 182 subs, 5 in oxygen, and wow, only 5 active in sulfur as well. Sorry, I'm getting red hot here. It wang my shirt somewhere. Get over there. Oh, crikey, it's roisting in here, dudes. Look at this, 24.9 degrees. I don't know if you can see that. Absolutely silly. So, PixInsight, BlurXTerminator, NoiseXTerminator. Got more coming over the coming days. Okie dokie. Nice. Loads of details, Ed. Loads and loads of details, mate. And it doesn't look overly, like, forced or anything like that. So that's nice to see. You've cleared up a lot of the problems we talked about in the previous session. If I am remembering correctly, you showed me, like, a elephant's trunk data set where a lot of the stars had ended up desaturated. For some reason, this isn't suffering from that. In fact, there's some evidence of some really nice, interesting pairs of stars, like this one here that's coming across like orange and blue. That type pair right there. My feedback to you, I think your colours are beautiful. Love to see them. I'm totally happy with the palette that you've gone for right there. If you could perhaps finagle the black point down just a little bit lower, that would be really beautiful. But well done, mate. Yes, well done indeed. I'll let you in on a little secret. No, we were talking about how tight this this Edge HD field of view is right now. This is a pretty tight crop on the wall, innit? But if we just go NGC, apparently some dude just looking through his window. Okay. NGC 7000. That's what we're dealing with. If I want to image this section with the edge as it is right now, we can look at that bit. Or we could look at that bit. Actually, I don't mind that. That looks alright. Do we do it? Maybe later. But yeah. Super duper tight. Lovely resolution. Well done, Ed. Thank you for sharing. Good sir. Stars look tight. They did, mate. Yeah. 24.9. That's cold for my room. Crikey, mate. What's all this one-shot colour talk? Mono for the win. To be fair, one-shot colour is hard to beat in terms of value versus image quality. Yes. I think that's fair to say, Pete. 100%, mate. I mean, like I say, best way to put it, this is all just from my perspective. I've used both loads over the years. You know what I mean? I've done tons of mono, tons of one-shot colour. And I've got both cameras too as well right now. Options, in fact, on both cameras. That's what a lucky boy that I am right now. And yet, I keep coming back to one-shot colour, even when I've got the options right there to use nice mono setups. It just does it for me, you know what I mean? Tim G. But to finish what I'm saying there, it's hard to argue just how good mono can be as well. As I was saying at the start of the stream, actually, the image that I've taken that I'm probably one of the most pleased with is that bubble nebula shot that was taken with a monocam. If you remember the Hubble Bubble Challenge, this is nice and detailed. Not looking overdone. Black points just a touch crushed in some spots on this, I will say, but I don't overly mind it, you know. I can see what Tim's been going for right here. Don't know what he's taking it with. I'm assuming a one-shot color camera. Hard to say which one. I could guess maybe a 294. Given the shape of the frame, but it could also be altered by his crop. But yeah, it's a nice shot, some good colours, some good details. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing that, Tim. Let's keep cracking on. Morpheus Sleeps, good to see you again, mate. Hi Luke, good evening to you too. Do you remember my guiding issue with the CA-0AG with an ASI 120? Can you selectively bin your guide cam using the ASI Air? You can indeed. Yes, you can, mate. I'm doing just that with the on-axis guider on the 2600 Air, so I've got it set to bin 2 as it's like overkill otherwise. Just like I'm doing basically with my Nina setup right here, actually. That is guiding in bin 3, I think. But yeah, they're looking good. We've been musked or something. Oh no, that might be a plane actually. Looking at that, there's 2 parallel trails. Might be a third one just off up there, who knows. Let's get back to what we were doing anyway, sorry. I'm easily distracted, aren't I? Not everyone. Really just an EAA image. Fair enough, mate. I'm a major fan of EAA. 1 minute of exposure, 6 10-second subs, C925 AVX 533 MC unguided. Process with Cyril. Ball 4.5-ish skies and a 50% moon. Cool. I like to see it, mate. Yeah, 1 minute. Lovely. Loads and loads of star colour on display. Well done. Looks like focus is nice and sharp too. Stefan, this looks nice. Uploaded the image of M51 following recommendations of my friend Jeremy. An old C8. Okay. HEQ5 Pro on a Rowan belt mode. 26 hours of broadband, 6 hours of narrowband for the HA. Tried not to overdo it, but I'll let you decide. It's very kind of you, Stefan. Let's have a look, mate. Let's have a proper look. Pretty damn beautiful, I'd say, mate. Yeah, I think what you've said's fair enough. You've tried not to overdo it. You've succeeded at that. It doesn't look forced, really, at all to my eye. You've successfully integrated the HA regions into the image. I can see a little bit of a sweep of red. Only you could tell me whether this red around here is actually real HA signal. I've no idea. Or if it's some sort of artifact that's happened during the integration of the HA into the rest of the broadband data, but you've certainly done so, I think, overall very successfully. The nebulous regions are shining, absolutely glittering, and none of the stars have got red halos or anything like that coming through, so done an overall very good job. I think if I were going to make any changes to it, not that it needs it, just a slightly lowered black point for me, but yeah. Lovely stuff. Thank you for sharing that, Stefan. That's very, very pretty indeed. My room can get up to 40 degrees midsummer. Jeez, mate. That's properly rough. I think my next camera will be one-shot colour, says Brian the Primate. I need something to do quickies too. Yeah, though I do love my mono. Absolutely fair, mate. Yeah, Brian. I think one of the things about one-shot colour that I like is just the pure simplicity of it. Oh, I don't know if simplicity is the right word. Perhaps it feels minimalist in nature. It's not cluttered to use or in your brain. Do you know what I mean? If you want more data, just take more subs, whether you've got a filter in or not. It's just a case of just taking more subs. Not which channel or whether I should balance more luminance into this image or whatever, you know what I mean? Some people try to balance based on the quantum efficiency of their sensor, the monochrome sensor, eke up certain exposure lengths, so they might want a bit longer blue exposures, a bit shorter green exposures for their RGB captures and things, and I appreciate that people want to eke out every little bit that they can from the gear, but that kind of thing just ain't for me. It just don't do it. Clearly it does for them though, so you know, who am I to judge either way? Astro Cop, hopefully still here in chat, mate. 197 30-second subs. Skywatcher, Star Adventurer 2i, a Canon 40D, and a 75 to 300mm lens. Well done, mate. Well done. To say you've captured this with the kit lens, it's no mean feat. Looks like potentially I've had a little bit of focus slip. So what I would suggest for you to do, those zoom lenses, especially the slightly cheaper zooms, like the kit zoom that comes, of course, you've got a couple of options here. You could either stop it down a tiny bit, or if you want to image with it wide open, like it looks like you've probably done here, get yourself in a crisp focus after the lens has cooled, and then, grim as it sounds, just put a little bit of like low tack masking tape or similar around the point where the barrel slides into the tube of the lens, and that'll stop it creeping over time. As it looks like you could have ended up, like I say, with a tiny bit of creep. Well, yeah, nice stuff, mate. Thank you for sharing that. Nice black point, by the way. I will say that looks good for the image, and the colours you've pulled out are nice too. Don ML. Updated palette based on input from last review. Fantastic. Love to see this kind of thing. People making revisions and working so we can all like see what's happened. So I do remember this image actually before. I will just navigate down and we can actually show you. Oof. Here we are. So there's the first image. If you can just see in like the inset panel for a moment. So far more predominantly green up in the part that connects up to the jellyfish at the top right there, which I actually thought it did look nice still, but it was very green. This version, big improvement. Big improvement for me, mate. I really like it. Yeah, love to see it, in fact. I really appreciate you taking the time. If you do see this, yeah, I want you to know that I appreciate you taking the time to redo, like rework and post your updated result. Lovely. Sorry for yawning, but yeah, lovely. Trying to determine. I feel like there's like not much left to do in this. It's really good as is. I feel like there could be a hint of like gradient remaining. So like along this left edge, predominantly this bottom left corner, I'm seeing some, and then the corners on the bottom right, top right. Don't know if you guys can make that out, but there's a tiny bit of it there. It doesn't spoil the image or anything like that, but if it's something you weren't aware of, there it is. But it's cracking, mate. Really, really, really nice image. Well done. Let's go up and give this thing a heart as we once we find it. There we are. Yeah, beautiful stuff. Just trying to catch up with chat as well a little bit. Hi Luke, any suggestions for tonight with a 294MC GT81 0.8 reducer? Struggling here, says Nick Kent. Ooh. It's hard, mate. Do you have a dual band filter or something you could pop in while the moon is this bright? Because I think you're probably going to be a little bit with most things. If you don't have one, or you just want to stay with your broadband setup, then my suggestion to you, Nick, would be go after the Hercules globular cluster M13. That should give you something really pretty to look at, while still not being overly affected by moonlight. It's a prime choice actually for moonlit nights, imaging a globular cluster, that kind of thing. Let's just see. Bartholomew saying I do that too. I have the rather pricey mono cameras like 6200 and filter wheels, but I always struggle to rotate through them with limited sky. One shot color usually wins for me. Yes, Bartholomew. I'm on board with that, mate. I really am. We've had some freaky clear skies just recently, in which case use whatever you want. You know what I mean? I'd have had loads of time to use mono cameras and such. If I had have done, I'd have finished every project that I started. But the amount of times when the skies are normal for me, that is to say, scattered, few and far between, and sessions getting cut short by clouds you didn't anticipate and stuff. The amount of times I've left myself just pissed off because my mono session's been cut short and I'm gonna have to wait 2 weeks to finish it or something like that. Oof. No thanks. That's why you'll usually see me these days, where possible, interleaving frames, so that if I do have to cut an imaging session short on a mono setup, I will have at least a finished image that I can work with and decide at that point if I'm done or not, or if the wait's going to be worth it. But yeah. Richard's Astrophotography, good to see you, Richard. Hope everyone's well. I certainly am, mate. Hope you are too. We're getting the old dreaded Luke itchy nose, by the way, so let me just deal with this 1 second, guys. Sorry. I'm going to have to double up on antihistamine tablets. Right. Hang on. They're really awkward to swallow because they bloody float. Right. First time tonight, F10 on the Edge 11. Good stuff. Mirroring each other there, mate. We're both at F10 on the Edge 11. Quite nerve-wracking. Seems okay. Slightly less sharp than at F7. Imaging C39. I've found the opposite, to be honest, Richard. I find mine looking more sharp at F10 than at F7. But yeah. It's so light fluid here. I need all I can get. Yeah, to see a starter guide on, that's fair. Just doing my best to catch up with chat momentarily, guys. Thanks for the feedback. No problem, Derry. Panagiotis Stephos. Hey. How's it going, mate? Just edited the M51 pic just now. Can I send it to you to preview? Or are you just previewing all your submitted ones? By all means, submit it, mate. If I don't get to it today, I will get to it on the next stream. We're trying to... you'll know that when I've looked at an image, I'll leave it a heart kind of thing. So that I can always just go back to wherever we left off and do things that way. But yeah, I'd love to see what you've been getting up to, mate. But we're not doing the Instagram-based submissions at the minute. I think from like a... I hate to like sound like a dick, but like the business perspective, I think it's better that we keep the image processing review videos, you know, like when I publish a video like I've done today, the M51 Whirlpool Worries thing. Keep those on Instagram. That does help me grow my Instagram. So it's a kind of a selfish reason for it, but I am trying to grow that a little bit more. But perhaps down the line we might want to shift it over to Discord. I don't know, as it is quite easy to actually just look through these things without needing to use awkward hashtags or something like that. Do you know what I mean? We could perhaps have a new channel or something and just name it Horsehead Challenge or whatever it is that we're doing at any given time. But yeah, gone off on a bit of a tangent, Anna. Derry Murphy likes one-shot colour for easy use. Yeah, 100%. Like the fact I'm not messing around with filters. Let the image run longer to get some more detail. Yeah. With lottery money, I'd still opt for one-shot colour. Yeah, that's fair enough. Nugsy, you've got an L enhance. I've just seen that now, Nick. Sorry about the late reply, but if you do want to shoot something in broadband, M13 will be spot on for you. Probably. Probably. I'm having real trouble Englishing tonight. Brian the Primate Astro, the term globular cluster sounds like something one would pull out of their nose. Does a bit, mate. Gaffer's tape is low tacky and great for the focus and other uses. We must have different definitions of gaffer tape, Mike. When I think of gaffer tape, in this country, we're always talking like duct tape. So, you know, the stuff that's a webbed back, it's usually silver in colour. Then it's like bomb proof, and it really is tacky stuff. you'd probably bloody break your lens using that kind of stuff, but that, maybe it's just a regional thing. Like, for something like that, I'd probably use masking tape, as it doesn't leave behind residue. It's paper backed, so it's only got a limited amount of strength to it as well. Anyone knows if there's a function in Nina that would tell you when a session is going to be finished by... hang on, Pim. Let me just think, mate. Does it not show it at the top? Sequencer... Yeah, estimated finish time. So you can see, to get 300 subs, it'll take me up to 4:13 in the morning. Is that right? Or am I completely off with that? I think that's what it's showing me. I know that the ASI Air, not to tout its virtues once again, but plan mode in that's really pretty bloody good. I have it set these days so I don't even have to think about it. I can just like set it off on my chosen target. It'll rotate to whatever I want, which is really bloody nice. And then it'll finish. It'll turn itself off and park at astronomical morning light as well, which is pretty swish, if you ask me. It's really set up. You know what I mean? Not that that's useful information for you, but anyway, Don ML, the space potato, Crescent Nebula, FLT91 from William Optics with a 2600 MC Pro, Altair Astro, Itchy Nose, 6nm HA03, 13 hours, and some RGB or stars, I'm assuming. Let's just let this image load up properly a second. It looks like it wants to. I get the feeling it wants to. Or maybe it's just a bit compressed, I don't know. It's still very, very beautiful either way. So I'll give you feedback as is. The Oxygen 3 shell and this little region down here is just a bit green for my taste. You could tame it just a bit. Few ways to do it, I suppose. SCNR, I'd probably pull it down a fair whack. Alternatively, if you can successfully mask it, you could perhaps drag down a touch on the green slider, up a touch on the blue slider, and that would probably bring it back towards like a tealy colour. But it's not overly distracting. It's very well stretched. A really nice, deep quality stretch has been applied to it. It looks gradient free. Black point is nice and accurate in context with the rest of the image. You've pulled out a very difficult to see part of the image there as well, the soap bubble. Nebula, star shape, size and colour is all good. Overall, well done. Good sir. So Don ML, well done indeed. Very nice shot. Sipping it down with iron brew. That's it, mate. A probler-rooney. The whirlpool may finally force me to join Instagram. I'm sorry about that, Mike. I don't mean to force Instagram on anybody, but yeah. That's it. Performance-enhancing drugs in astrophotography. The less time spent itching my nose, the more time spent concentrating on imaging. So, yeah. God, it really is itchy tonight. Someone else suggested it could be like a... there we go. Someone else suggested it could be a humidity-based thing, and maybe it could be that as well. Obviously, the temperature's going up. It seems like relative humidity's down. We're at 39% in this room. M13 is not visible until midnight for you. Okay, so just hanging out watching President Musk. Trash M81. Fair enough. Just see now. Any advice for M51, L Pro or L Extreme? Neither would be my advice. I'd take your filters out, mate, and just shoot it broadband when the moon's down. But yeah, I realise that's probably not the advice you're looking for, but I think it is good advice all the same. Just getting caught up a little bit if I can, guys. I really hate leaving it lagging behind so much. Loop until time. Yes, that's a thing you can do in it. Gaffer's tape is not duct tape. Similar format, but made for no tack. Interesting. Okay. Painter's tape. Oh, yeah, that's another thing, isn't it? Like the frog tape. That green stuff, that's just really low tack, innit? That'd be a good one. Hope you're all okay, says Keith. Thank you, Keith. I'm good, mate. Hope you are too. Still on the Wizard, and we'll upload M51. Nice. Yeah, looking forward to seeing it. Swear by gaff tape. Keep a roll of it in my Astro kit. Frudix, just set my session to finish when the sun reaches a certain altitude below the horizon. Just get as many subs in till then as I can. Good stuff. Yeah, what Luke showed is the interactive display, which also updates as you go. Got ya. So I was just a bit mistaken on that one then. Thank you for the clarification there, Mike. Never use loops, to be honest. Yeah, I'm just a bit lazy with it, so I just make use of loops. Pavel says, Luke, thank you for your stream. No problem, mate. Thank you for joining in. Time for some sleep. Have a good sleep, buddy. May the force be with you. Luke, I'm using the advanced sequencers, and there's another reason to use it for you. Oh, okay. Not to use it for you. Got you. Appreciate that, Bim. Hope you're all okay. Still on the Wizard. Oh, yeah, I just saw that message. Sorry, I'm double reading stuff. Too dry in the room. Could be, yeah. Falling asleep in front of the PC trying to edit. Time to go. Have a good one, Simon. Thanks for spending some time with us, buddy. Used to own a sushi restaurant. Every time I started cutting the salmon, my nose began to itch very annoyingly. It really is annoying, isn't it? Like, there's nothing that I want to be doing less than sat on camera trying to get through some stuff while I'm just itching my nose like some form of bloody addict. Some data from last year that I recently reprocessed. About an hour and a half in each filter SHO. Nice. Really like creamy colours on this, I have to say. Very pleasant looking palette. I like the deep blue for this, especially given that it is accentuated by like the lighter blues around the centre. That's nice and tasteful. None of it feels overpowering or forced. It appears to be gradient free in its entirety. It looks really nice and flat actually. Good details, star colours, very pretty indeed. And it's nice to see this little planetary nebula right in the corner just over there next to my mouse pointer. I don't know if you guys will be able to see that on Discord, but it is there. It's nice to see it coming up so well, and that he's managed to keep it in with the crop. No doubt, completely deliberate. Yeah, lovely. Thank you for sharing that, mate. I suppose if you wished, you could bring these edges a bit towards red a touch more, and the oxygen 3 regions a bit more towards teal, but you don't need it. It's fine as is. So, yeah, good stuff. Nice black point. How's it going, Steve? Always a pleasure to have you on a stream, buddy. Hope you're keeping well. He is, that's it, Gideon. Is off for a sleeper Rooney. Weebo 1, is that what it's called, Pete? Blimey. Lasiskov, Edge HD 925, 294 MM Pro, 7 hours of data. Looks like there's tons of HA in this as well. Absolutely riddled with it, mate. It's coming through all over. Look at that. Blimey. Yeah, I think he's done a good job of putting the HA in this as well. It's sharp without looking like too forced. I feel like it could maybe pass, like it could need one more slight pass of smoothing, I guess, before the HA was put in, but it does look really good as is. Given the rest of the galaxy is very very nicely detailed too. So black point's lovely. Appears to be mostly gradient free. I can give you a tiny bit of feedback that I've just spotted by leaning back though. If you do see this lasso, M101 has been sunk very slightly, so I'm trying to think of the best way I can show you guys this on Discord if you can see it, but there's like a darkening all the way around in a like a donut form just around all the way here. What I would personally try if you haven't already, is having a go at this thing with multi-scale gradient correction. That might get rid of that for you if you can find the right scale for it, or even in some cases a combination of multi-scale gradient correction and GradientXpert, the two together can play nice. I've done that before as well. At this point, let me just set off my SQA 106. Should just be about imageable now, so we'll get that going on a looperoni. Goes to Cassiopeia from Pluto. 7 hours in each filter. SHO. Okay. Very pretty. Nice and smooth, and yeah. Overall, I like it. I feel like this diffraction spike appears to be like added. Holy moly. Home observatory. Mate, what on earth? That's unbelievable. Thank you so much again for that, mate. I'm going to have to pop out this chat so you guys can see that properly. Get a load of that. Mate, that's really unbelievable. Thank you so much indeed. I want you to know as well that your support really did help me get just recently a dream scope as well as like Pete and a few others actually. The SQA 106 that I've just mentioned I'm using right now. So damn, mate, thank you so much for that. That really is incredible. Absolutely incredible. You're a legend. I really do appreciate that. I know I'm doubling up on chat, aren't I, for you guys? Damn, dude, that's insane. In the best way possible. Thank you. I'm a bit lost for words, obviously. How can you react to something like that? You've absolutely made my month, mate. You really have. You're welcome. You're too kind. Honestly, thank you so much. I've said it before. I'll say it again. How can you react to something like that? There's no way. It's unbelievable. Oh, thank you. Truly. Yeah, thank you. I kind of forgot what I was saying. Obviously, with good reason. The Ghost Cassiopeia, 7 hours in each filter, SHO. So this is a narrowband image. It's very tastefully processed, and I actually like the pink on this, the hot pink, rather than leaning towards red. And I was going to say, I think the diffraction spike, it looks like it's been added after the fact on this, but it actually works. Given, look at it. It gives the implication that this ghost of Cassiopeia is floating towards that target, I think. And it's just accentuated it more from like an artistic point of view with that spike. Made it almost look like a reticle, like a target. But yeah, beautiful. Kind of pink my wife likes. I'm still completely just bowled over, mate. Bowled over. There really is phenomenal support. I really struggle with it in a way. Like it's an absolutely wonderful thing to have to wrestle with, but I kind of get like imposter syndrome with my YouTube channel anyway, as is. So when people are giving like unbelievable support like that, I almost am struggling with the feeling of like, what do I do to deserve this? Because I don't feel like I do. Do you know what I mean? but it's just incredible. It's such beautiful people with unbelievable kindness. I'll never be able to say thank you enough. Isn't there some nice Yorkshire word for that? For how I feel, chuffed. Absolutely chuffed. That's a good Yorkshire word for it. Yeah. See it as an affirmation, Luke Brown. Understand how you look at it. Yeah, it's really something I've like struggled with for a good while with it, and I guess it's not. It's got a name for a reason. You know what I mean? Imposter syndrome. I'm not the first person to feel that way, and it won't be the last either. But yeah, it just means a lot, because obviously that's so much money. Do you know what I mean? When I think of like how much work that is to earn that much, I don't feel like I've done anywhere near enough to deserve anything even in the same galaxy as that kind of support. So, but when it comes in, it's just like such a shock. A huge shock. Hello from China. Hey there, Lubo. Good to see you. For our American friends, feel free to ignore your importer's hiked price and come to China yourselves and do your shopping. That's fair enough. I do hope they sort out the tariffs sooner rather than later for people. Can't give more than 500 per stream. That's unbelievable, mate. That implies that you've tried. Oh my god. Also would. Goodness gracious me. That's phenomenal. I mean, honestly, mate, I can't say thank you enough, and I really, really mean it. If I could reach through the screen and give you a bloody big hug, I would. I would. I hope you feel like you get enough from the streams. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I went for so little. M51, Whirlpool Galaxy, CJ Dawson. 4 hours of 10-second exposures from the C-Star S15. Alt-as mode. Okay, so not done in EQ. Stacked in APP, 2 times drizzle, stretched in PixInsight, and a final tweak in Photoshop. I've opened this like 3 times and failed to comment on it because my head's spinning, obviously, but tons of detail. It looks obviously like you've a bit of a problem with noise model, but it's hard to tackle sometimes. I realise it's being in alt-as mode, you are always going to have some degree of like correlated noise that can stack up during your image. So overall, I'd say if you wanted some feedback on this, CJ, I would say a more aggressive crop along the bottom and top. Maybe take it into 16:9 image format, as the galaxy's laid that way naturally, and it will look nice. Graxpert, if you have access to it, just to try and level things out a little bit, and then drop overall the black level down a touch. And it also looks like something that's occurred while you've been saturating the galaxy. This is something I absolutely used to do, by the way, before I used masks. It's inadvertently also saturated the background too, so what you could perhaps try to make use of is masks. A range mask would do it over just the galaxy, leaving the background free while you saturate the galaxy to your taste. So hopefully that's some good feedback for you. Take care, bud. It's old man nap time. Oh, no problem at all, Casey. And thank you for your support, Casey, mate. I really, really do appreciate it. And side note, Casey, I'd love to hear if you had any more recommendations for me or animes to watch, because I'm feeling the void now that solo leveling's finished. Yeah, I'm really feeling the void. Why would someone give 500 quid to someone who would do a crappy job? The fact they're giving it states the opposite, and it's true. Very educational and pleasing to the ear. Oh, that's really kind of you to say, Gideon. I can see what you're saying, and it does, like, it makes rational sense, but it's hard to be rational when someone's just being so kind to you. Do you know what I mean? It's just it's not something that, like, any facet of normal life could ever equip you for. An appropriate reaction to that kind of thing. Fire Force season 3 just started. Noted. Okay, see, let me just. I know I'll forget, so I'm going to write it down. Oh my goodness. Mate. Never mind, there are ways. This is home observatory again. What has just happened? What has just occurred? Oh my god. Thank you. I don't know what to say, mate. Feel a little bit dizzy. Honestly, I feel like my face is tingling or something. This is mad. What? Oh, man. Thank you so much, mate. I truly have no possible way to express to you what that means. Oh, man. Couldn't have to. Oh, thank you, Brian. And Mike. Bloody heckers. Good grief. I'm sorry, guys. I feel a bit broken. I'm just. You know what I mean. Of course, you know what I mean. This is not something you really ever see, is it? Damn. I'm just mousing around. I don't know what to do. Wow. I just arrived and saw that, says Quentin, and yes, I think it did. Casey, I reckon my hair's standing on end. Soon you'll be able to afford that plane wave you always wanted. Yeah, can you imagine? Blimey. Mate. Yeah, I'm blown away. I really am blown away. I just want to, like, look you in the eye and very genuinely now, I want to say thank you. That truly means more than you could know. So thank you. What do you say to that? You should go outside for a minute with technical problems. Can you imagine? Yeah. I think if I stood up, I'd fall over, mate, to be honest. So it's probably best I'm in the chair. Now Milkman as well. Pete! Oh my god! What is going on, guys? And Milkman with the 20 memberships as well. I'm absolutely flabbergasted. What's happening? This is... How do I screenshot this? I need to save this forevermore, because this is just absolutely insane. I'm just not sure what's even going on. Oh, man. Oh, I think you've done it, by the way. You've completely just broke me. And Casey as well. No way, man. What is going on? And Gideon. And it comes from the heart. Oh, Gideon, honestly. I can't possibly thank you enough, guys. There is no possible way to thank you enough for that. That support means so much. And it's, you know, it's not just because it's a big number, but it's what it signifies. Do you know what I mean? For like someone who's sometimes doubts herself, I think it's fair to say. I'm sure we all do that. That people would give that degree of support. It's very much bolstering, I think is probably the right word. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Just phenomenal. I think we've got the best community going. I need to take another screenshot of this, by the way. That's just me. My hands are shaking, by the way. I'm trying to trying to press Shift, Windows, and S for snipping tool. I'm barely able to put my fingers on Shift. Oh my giddy aunt. Good evening, chat, and Luke. Hey, Supra, good to see you, mate. I'm glad to see you keeping up with your drawing, by the way. I keep seeing your images pop up on Instagram. That's really awesome. Allow me to just catch up a moment, because I'm like, my eyes are open, but I'm not seeing at this point in time. I'm genuinely struggling. New AM Fremont in the ZBO flash sale. That's really quite cool. Time to buy a kebab to celebrate. You've remembered that then from the last stream, yeah. Oh, thank you, Thomas. Welcome aboard, all the new members that we've just got. This is absolutely crazy, dudes. I'm sorry I'm not like jumping up and doing a backflip or something. I'm just shook to my core, I think it's fair to say. It's a Donor Rooney stream. Apparently so. Pete's going to be lost after this stream. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? Another one just came in while I'm trying to catch up. What's happening? Mike with $50 as well. Like, because of, as I said, you'd. Oh. Good grief, guys. I can't possibly deserve a fraction of this. Not even a fraction. But the fact that you've done that means so much. It really does. Not just on a, like I say, a financial support level, which is enormous, don't get me wrong, but on a very human level. The kind of, like I said, bolstering that it offers to someone is, it means a lot. It truly does. Goodness gracious me. Stu says, Luke, it's the way you treat us. It must be hard, but you always try to respond, not like other creators who don't care as long as you give money. Oh man, I mean, like bigger creators, I can imagine it's very, 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 very hard for them to try to read everything. But I do want to try to read everybody's messages because, you know, I think it would be rude to do otherwise. If it's still within my power to read everybody's messages, I want to do that. It's part of the whole thing, like, what's the point in being live if we can't connect? Just joined the stream, it's deserved, Luke. That's really kind of you to say, Telford. Thank you so much. Luke's going to be lost. I am lost, mate. Yeah, that's absolutely fair to say. You're very welcome. Thank you again, Milkman. Thank you again, Casey. Thank you, Home Observatory. Thank you, Pete. Thank you, Mike. Goodness gracious me. Talk about nights you won't ever forget, eh? What's happening? Yeah. Luke is losing it. Lost it. I think already we're talking past tense at this point, dude. It's gone. Watch some of your videos. It's been a great help. Space Plan says that's really good to hear, mate. Really, really good to hear. Oh, welcome aboard Wheat Generation as well. Thank you for joining my channel memberships. What have I come back to, Kieran? I don't know, mate. Genuinely, I don't know. Oh, that's really kind of you to say as well. It's heartwarming. Oh, no way, dude. Thank you. Just showing how much we love you. Crikey, guys, I love you too. What's going on? What's just occurred? Another $100 as well. I've leached off your content so much. Oh, you won't look at it that way, mate. You're probably one of the most genuinely kind people I've seen in the hobby. Blimey, dude. Thank you so much, DC. That's, you're all just blowing my mind. Like I said, I just can't get my head around it. I can't possibly. Good. Luke's shaking like a leaf. I am, mate. Like I said, I just tried to take a screen grab because, I mean, let's be honest. Look at that. That's like, that's a huge portion of life's work of work to earn that kind of money. So financially speaking, it's huge, but like I said, the financial support is massive too. I mean, it means a really great deal. It truly, truly does. But seeing that kind of thing and what that actually means is another thing entirely. It's like long after, you know, the money's gone, shall we say. That's the kind of stuff that sticks around. And that's why it's so so meaningful. They're just paying you to not say anything about the images. Well, this is it. They get free pass now, of course, mate. Drawing every day, cannot catch a break with the clouds. That's fair enough, Supra. That's fair enough. Crikey, guys, thank you again. I was thinking earlier on when Luke was lamenting random issues that it's not just me. Oh, mate, 100%. I'm there with you. We did get to the bottom of it though tonight, didn't we? We're running well. Is obliged to be nice. Yeah, that's it. You aren't just a wonderful person. Oh, you're useful to me. You've helped me more than you know. Well, that's really good to hear. Having a good night? Yeah, not bad to be honest, David. Not a bad night as far as nights go. Oh my god. What on earth? Oh my god. Is this even real? Got me questioning reality. Dude, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to any of you. This is crazy. Wonder what Chloe's reaction will be. Yesterday we had well, it was 1,700 quid. Oh my goodness. I just get, please, honestly guys, you've given like far too much. Far too much. I really, really appreciate it. I do. And I wish I could tell you just how much. But I think words will fail it. So thank you. Very, very genuinely. But please, honestly, this... I'm struggling. I'm having trouble keeping a grip. Damn. Pinch yourselves. Yeah, I think I do need to pinch myself, mate. Can only repeat what I've been saying. Videos are extremely helpful and informative in these chats. I'm watching this on the projector, Chloe, so Chloe's seen this. I told you live streaming was a good idea tonight. Yeah, I was like, oh, you know what, Chloe, I'm feeling really pretty flat tonight. I don't know. Oh, goodness gracious me. Oh, man. Go get her, bring her in. I think she's probably got Felix right there. Happen because you're being yourself. Man, well, that's one thing I'm good at least. I'm certainly good at being myself, but do another screenshot, 100%, yeah. I do need to, let's just settle that now. When I can finally get my finger on the shift key. Genuine struggles, by the way, to manage the shift key. What on earth? This one's getting named. What on earth.jpg. That's one for the history books. I can't thank you enough, guys. I really, really can't. As I've said, and I think that's the key takeaway for me. Felix is asleep, I'd come in. Like I said, the financial support, it means a huge, huge, huge amount. It really, really does. It's such an enormous sum of money. You know, to someone who's just started a family and things and got stuff cooking in the background. It's huge. But at the end of the day, that kind of thing makes someone, I think, believe in themselves more. You know what I mean? I think I really need to work hard on allaying those self-doubts sometimes that I let creep in. Because that's, this means something, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Thank you. Just thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, mate, honestly, please. You've given so much. So much. Honestly, it's unbelievable. Yeah, that's wild. I'm genuinely having trouble, like, reading and stuff properly. I think it's knocked my vision. My head's a bit spinny. Do you know, like, for those of you who've had a few drinks in your time, do you know, like, when you've had just one too many and your head's a bit spinny? I feel like that. That's wow. Thank you. I'm gonna move this to one side, and I will try to be a normal person, just reading things for a while, because I don't know what to do. Don't know what to do, and I don't know what to say. Just as long as you guys know what that means, which I'm sure you do. Unbelievable. Good thing he doesn't have to drive. That's right, mate. Yeah, I've got a very short journey from the office to the house. About 3 meters. Chuck's astrophotography. Sorry. I'm like sweating. What's happening? I get some deodorant going. Jeez. think you've put me in fight or flight mode or something. I'm just in survival mode here. Goodness gracious. You built a community to be a part of, to learn from, to take part in. We've built it, guys. Yeah, you provide guidance and advice, feedback and insight. Wish I had some money to spare to send. Oh, mate, that's too kind. Yeah. No, please, honestly, Home Observatory. Honestly, mate, that's just been unbelievable. Unbelievable. I've never seen... I don't think I've seen anybody ever get support like that before. I don't think I have. So, geez, thank you. I have to play guitar. I can't play guitar while my hands are shaking. I have no idea how much nebulosity was around them, or I would have captured 10 hours of data instead of 3. So this is Chuck's Rasa, ASI 533 MC Color, Antlia L filter. Damn. That's a really nice shot. That's a really nice shot. Absolutely love it. I don't think there's anything to say on that other than congratulations, Chuck. That's a really corking image. Beautiful star color as well, especially around this cluster. I like how it kind of radiates almost. It looks like these stars are flaking off from it or something. These little golden ones. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Let's I'm really struggling, by the way. So I hope I'm a good actor and trying to look like I'm holding it together. Goodness gracious me. Lucas 2, 10 hours of integration. Ball 1, 5 hours in Queensland Bush in the second pick. Oh, that's neat. Ball 5, 5 hours at home. ASCAR 103 ACPO. ASI 2600. Do you still have an itchy nose? I do. But it's going down a bit now. Yeah, time to cool down now. Literally, mate. I mean, I know this room's warm, but I'm like sweating. I don't know the like the biological reason for that, but there you have it. M16 anyway, yeah. Absolute one of my favourite targets, this. I wish I could capture it better. Very nice, to be honest with you. I like the black point is deep for this image, but it isn't crushed. And I think that it looks like they've gone with kind of that almost what comes out of the can kind of thing for the processing, which I actually don't mind on this target. Let's appreciate this though for a moment. Got the sweateroonies. That's it, mate. My Orion pick is coming up soon. Absolutely whisper. We'll get to that, mate. Panic excretion, probably, yeah. I've got to say, I like that setup. Although, in the outback of Australia, I'm thinking you need a more armoured tent, don't you? I think everything wants to kill you in Australia. But this looks like a good time, to be honest. Absolutely. A tent and a campfire. Good vibes. Thank you for sharing that image. Looks nice and gradient free, and I like what you've done. I never found the eagle. Where is it in that picture? So, as far as I get the eagle from it, mate, it's there's its beak. It's kind of looking down, and there's its wings spreading out. So, like, its wing would probably finish up here, but that's what I get from it. And there's that. Maybe its body's turning, and that's part of its fan tail, sort of thing. But yeah, it is hard to see in it. Maybe I'm totally misinterpreting that, but in the outback of Australia, you need to have a laser perimeter with swivel guns. Looks like there's a small aurora on the go just now. Hang on then, Pete. Aurora watch. Oh yeah, good chance of it, I suppose. Let me just really quickly check the all sky cam. Sorry, I'm having another brain fart. Always looked at the pillars as the eagle. Okay. Let's just fire up the 676, then I'll catch up with chat a little bit. I don't know why it's automatically... Oh, I've probably set it to do that. Blimey, look at that. That moon is absolutely killer tonight, isn't it? I'll try to up the exposure slightly and drop the gain, and we'll hopefully have a little bit of a clearer view. Has this thing crashed? Oh, no. We're good. Wow, this is running really laggy for some reason, guys. Look at the temperature outside as well, by the way. 55% humidity, 14.9 degrees. For an overnight temperature here, that's pretty high. Should I get a C-Star S50 at the start of my imaging journey? Asks Tornado. Good question. I would counter it with just one more question and ask, do you have any other photographic equipment that you could leverage towards astrophotography, such as a DSLR, a mirrorless camera, and, you know, with interchangeable lenses? That kind of thing, because if you do, you could perhaps go a slightly different route and pick up a star tracker. That kind of thing. That can be, you know, something that you'll carry with you long into your astrophotography journey. If it turns out you do really enjoy it, and star trackers have a really good resale value on the used market if it turns out you don't enjoy it. But yeah, the C-Star on its own is a good option still. I'm really struggling to set this tonight. Look at this going on. Yeah, that moon is pretty strong. Anyhow, definitely don't believe I can see any aurora on this one right now, Pete, unfortunately. I'll close that down because it appears to be causing issues. What's the telescope you want to buy? I bought it on Observatory. Yeah, if you remember a few, I'm gonna have to reset this sequence because it appears to be causing issues with my filter wheel. Let me just disconnect and reconnect this thing. Yeah, so a few live streams back, I was talking to you about getting a ASCAR SQA 106. So I contacted ASCAR directly about that, and basically asked about getting a review unit kind of thing, as they do sometimes offer them. And yeah, that came through. It's obviously it still cost a good chunk of change, that's for sure. But I was able to buy it outright at that point. So when I do publish my review for that, you are just going to be watching my review of my scope, basically. But I've got it already. It's outside imaging right now, mate, and it is thanks to the support from you guys that I was able to do that. It has been like the live stream support that's done it. So thank you for that as well. That's a really, really huge thing. Normally I wouldn't spend like money randomly like that, but I did decide on a little bit of a celebration, as we'd just made it, of course, to 20,000 subscribers around that time. But yeah, I've been really, really happy with the SQA. Let me just try to catch up with the chat a little bit. I've always looked at the pillars as the eagle. I don't think I've seen it that way before, Stan, to be honest. It's 14 degrees in there, Luke. Time to open the door. That's the moon, Gideon. Yeah, it was super duper bright. The Eagle Nebula, extremely difficult from the UK. It is, Pim. Yeah. It doesn't get very high at all, to be honest with you, mate. It's a bit of a struggle. Looks like it's just taken 2 oxygen frames back to back. But that one's mislabeled. That where it's marked as oxygen right there is a sulfur frame. rather than getting tripped up by that later, let me just delete it now before we get back to image rating. That's back to a proper hydrogen frame. The oxygen frame before it. Sorry, talking aloud. That one. I'll just delete it because metadata will be wrong as well, rather than just renaming. We're only losing a couple of minutes, aren't we? Super. Right, I think we can leave that unattended once again and get back to Discord. Congrats on the scope. Hey, Dustin. Good to see you, Dustin. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Congrats on the scope. Ascar does a great job and the design looks very nice. I've been really, really impressed with it, Dustin. It was like a long-term dream, to be honest, to own a like a mega quality refractor, and that certainly fits the bill. It's right up there, you know what I mean? The Ascar 120 will be up for sale. Honestly, Gideon, there might be a chance, to be honest. Now I've got the SQA. It's a lovely scope, don't get me wrong, the Ascar 120, but I don't know, I failed to see when I'd want to use the 120 over the 106 at that point, you know what I mean? Steve, good to see you, by the way, Steve, and Jeremiah. Nice he's come and spent some time. Jeremiah says, I've got a question for you. ASI 183 MC Pro or 585 MC Pro for your Redcat 51? 585 all day long, personally, mate. The 183 is a nice camera, but it's getting a little bit long in the tooth now, kind of thing. I would expect that next season, we're probably going to see like the 183s dropped, I would imagine, as part of the new camera refresh or whatever's going to go on. But the 585 is relatively new and here to stay. Did you say you bought a new scope? I did, mate. Yeah. If you do, let me know, Gideon. I'll bear that in mind. Yeah, let me just show you actually really quick. I've been recording an absolute ton of stuff. Like, this is my project file for it so far. I've just been trying to record bits and bits all over, but the amount of times I get stuff wrong as well when I'm trying to say things. Here is the scope on the AM5N with the rotator, 2600 air. And there's some smoke from my barbecue that were going at the same time as well. But yeah. There it is. It's a nice piece of equipment. I'll tell you what, it's bloody heavy though. It's far heavier than you'd expect looking at it. I don't know if anybody out there's got like an 8-inch Newtonian, but I've got a Quattro 8, and like the tube weighs as much as that. It feels like someone's turned bloody gravity up, basically. Evening Luke, says Dave. Good to see you, Dave, by the way. Hope you and Amanda are well. Imaging with the new scope. Exciting. It is indeed. Not easy with the big moon in the sky. I've just done another night on the Dragons of Ara. Lovely. Who bought a big scope and caused the cloudy nights? I think it was me, mate, to be honest. But yeah. Heavier than the Edge? No. The Edge is pretty hefty, to be honest. I think it's probably, I don't know, about £35 or something, the Edge HD. Maybe more. Sorry, anyway, I got completely sidetracked, didn't I? 2 hours of integration. 1 minute subs. Canon R7, Sigma 10 to 22mm. Sky Adventurer. Damn, look at that row of Fucus. Right up there. I like how he's framed that. That's incredibly deliberate. To have it up in the center like that, hanging over everything else. The rift of the Milky Way, though, going through the middle like that is just... That's something, man. That is a nice shot. Lucas too. Love it. If you see this, mate. Good stuff. Just getting all the bits and pieces together for those scopes. I'm getting ready to sell. I understand that, Casey. Yeah. Did you see the SV241 Astronomy Power Box? I've not seen that, Sarush. Yeah, I've not seen that one, mate. Got the Ascar handle on mine. Greatly helps putting it on the AM5. Yes, I mean, I don't have to carry mine far, Stephen, so literally I just like pinch my fingers around the head of the AM5 and and just carry the whole thing out in one, so I don't have to like disassemble, reassemble every time. That works really well, but it's a lump. It's hefty. Astronomy with Claire, sorry, this was. Let me just see what she'd done this with. 740mm refractor, 26 mono, Pegasus LRGB filters, 50 minutes. The filter, so quite a limited overall integration, 200 minutes, 3 hours 20. That's nice though. Some good resolution on the whale and the crowbar, some nice colours. Black point, fractionally high, I'd say, if you do see this, Claire. I know you were here at the start of the stream, but I don't know if you'll probably catch up on this at some time. And of course, there is some problem with motes that have not been corrected by flats. So I think when you've got this many motes, it could well be worthwhile to kind of disassemble once you finish your current project. Try to take some good flats, but then disassemble and give everything a good clean. In fact, a chap who was just in chat recently, Casey, right there, he sent me a really lovely gift actually the other year. Some polymer solution, first contact polymer cleaning solution for astronomy equipment. It doesn't etch into your filters or anything like that, or any optics coatings. So you could probably bring everything back to absolutely brand new if you used a small bottle of first contact polymer and just cleaned everything up completely and then sealed it all back up within your filter wheel. How do you remember the names of all these targets? I think it's just exposure to them for a while. You know what I mean? There's loads I don't know, Mike. There's loads more that I don't know than the ones that I do. That's for certain. Same thing here on M81, M82, 50 minutes per filter, flats per filter. Looks like she's corrected them all on this. Oh well, discount what I just said then, Claire, to be honest. If you've managed to actually get on top of it with your flats on this one, just keep snapping away. Cleaning your filters is a bit of a pain. Same sort of thing though, if you are watching this, Claire, could stand a touch of noise reduction, however you want to apply that, be it if you have NoiseXTerminator, that's what I would use. If not, try to use GradientXTerminator noise reduction. That'll do the job for you, and just drop your black point ever so slightly. But other than that, I think, you know, nicely tastefully processed overall. Screen answered it for me. Yes, sorry, William, it was whale and the hockey stick. Sometimes called a whale and the crowbar. I think that does look a bit crowbarish. Jason Whitener. 27 hours of HA LRGB from Starfront remote observatories. Redcat 51, 533. That's beautiful, you know. Given it's taken that with such a limited focal length. Not sure what's just plinked at me there. What's just occurred? I don't know. Maybe someone subscribed or something. My streaming software, I think, has been broken by tonight's support. Absolutely mad. Oops. But yeah, again, we've seen someone else here putting HA into an image. It could have stood a very minor amount more blur, I reckon, before being put in, potentially. That would have made it integrate into the Galaxy that touch more convincingly, but it doesn't look bad. Other than that, the only other issue I'm seeing is a slight evidence of pitting. Probably from background extraction. Subscriber, got you, William. Just like up at the north edge of the Galaxy, if you like, as we're viewing it right here. And a slight amount around the center, so I'm not sure if they've used something like dark structure enhance, but that can sometimes have that kind of effect. But yeah, other than that, very pretty image, and especially when you're really up against it with a short focal length. Mike, so I was trying to help Mike out actually with this video. I was going to help Mike like one-on-one with this thing, but we determined it just made more sense to try to make a video really and help more people with it. But So this one's 3 days ago. I don't know if it's actually done another one yet, you know, but yeah, it's a massive improvement on what you'd originally made, is that mic. So so well done on that. I know that there was some issues with the data that we could make it a little bit hard to deal with, so I think you've done a good job. Reposting all my eclipse stuff for the 1 year anniversary of the Great North America Solar Eclipse. Nice. Nikon D5300, EvoStar 72, AVX. Let's have a look. Oh, that's absolutely storming, that. I love that image as well. Beautiful. Oh, look at this time lapse as well. Damn. I love video for stuff like this. It really just gives you that sense of motion. Like an immediate reminder of where we're at, kind of thing. Thanks very much for sharing these Brody. They're pretty. Love it. Almost looks like you've seen a sundog there as well. You know, the like the crossed rings that you sometimes see when there's the right atmospheric conditions. Beautiful. I can see that one on like an album cover or something. Hard to believe it's been a year. Yeah. GradientXtert new AI version is very slow, says Soroush. I've not had the opportunity to try it yet, I don't think, mate. I'm still using the old one. The new one was the first in the list. I got you. The one you checked on was the original. Let me just check that again then, Mike. The original had issues with Black Point and GradientXtert. So it's this one. Got you. Yeah, so there's still that little bit of pitting that's going on, Mike, that I think we talked about this before, so like I won't dwell on it, of course, but like here, of course, the like Pac-Man's mouth, if you like, just there, and at the top, of course. It may be worth trying, if you haven't already, running this thing through multi-scale gradient correction. That could be the magic bullet for that part. I'm not seeing it on there, so yeah. Now, dark structure enhanced, that can also sometimes cause issues, so that's probably what's caused this part, Mike. I mean, it accentuated these Bok globules right there, which is like, that looks great, but that part being like almost pitch black as well looks a little bit off, but yeah. Clearly, like I say, I mean, they were just a huge improvement, like a leap from your first one, so thank you for sharing that. Multi-scale gives the same issue. Have you tried different scales on it, Mike? So it comes on default at, I think, a scale stop of like 1024, and for data like that, if you maybe try backing it off to 512, 384, 256, something like that. Or even as we spoke about a little bit earlier in chat, I don't know if you were there, Mike, but you can sometimes utilize both GradientXtert and multi-scale gradient correction both together. That can do a really good job. So this is upgraded from iPhone photography. Oh, sick. I've now got a second-hand Canon 450D, and oh lord, is it doing some beautiful work. Nice. So he's captured it with, he says, a cheap refractor telescope. Here's last month's attempt with his phone. Okay. Yeah, so you've had a small amount of like tracking error crept into this. I don't know if you're using your telescope on just a tripod or something. Yeah, 1 second exposure. So I'm assuming he's capturing this with a telescope on a tripod, so no equatorial or otherwise tracking mount. In which case, at 600mm, you might be just a little bit long there. I'm not sure, as we are seeing like just a touch trailing. If you have a look at your subs, and it's not in every sub though, just find the ones where it is trailed and get rid of those. But yeah, honestly, mate, that takes me back. Is why I've reopened it. I wanted to tell you this. My very first image of M42 looked like almost exactly like this. So yeah, just keep at it, mate. Keep at it. Don't get bogged down and worry too much about things. Many of us have been there, you know what I mean? Getting these first images untracked. Got you, yeah. I'm struggling with getting the signal above the noise floor. Yes, well, with the 450D, it's got quite a high read noise. You'll probably find it's at its best about ISO 1600, something like that. Oh, you've done ISO 1600, so you're right on the money there anyway. It is just going to be a case of that background is going to be hard to beat then, with those short exposures. But yeah, just keep at it, mate. That's the key thing. Don't be put off by, you know, things not being perfect first time around, because the exact same thing happened to me. My first images, they did it for me. I was really, really happy with them at the time, and now I can look back on them fondly as if to say, like, it was worth the effort, because obviously you're going to move forwards with your astrophotography. So make sure you don't delete these old images. Try to get an SV220. That will make it probably harder, to be honest, mate. Yeah, knocks off some of the signal. So what that's going to give you the problem of the SV220, it's going to, of course, yeah, it'll let through the signal that you want, but the rest of the background right here is going to be predominantly read noise at that point. So you may actually be like better served just no filter and letting the sky get a bit more photons landing on your sensor, basically. So it's less dominated by read noise per shot. 34 hours, 16 minutes, ball 6, M81, M82, and the integrated Flux Nebula. Hyperstar 6, V4, 533 MC Pro. Very nice. Yeah. 150mm aperture, eh? Well, it looks like his Hyperstar is in fine collimation. Beautiful colours. It's not like unimportant, but for me, usually I feel like this needs flipping to be displayed the correct way. Like it's mirrored, or it looks to be. So that's probably something that's been missed. But we are very nice, and these jets of HA from the Cigar Galaxy right there are coming out really well. So good job on processing those, and the dust that you fetched out of the background. Nowhere looks crushed in terms of black point or anything. So yeah, a nice job all around. Good colours too. Christoph, hello there, mate. Good to see you. My first real astrophoto was also M42. Yeah, exactly, Wheeljack. Mine. I wish I could find it for you. It's somewhere. I haven't deleted it, but my old image archives are a bit like cluttered, and they're not well organised, and that's putting it lightly. So I should be able to knock a chunk of the light pollution down without sacrificing signal. Yeah. As Mike's just said as well, it is difficult at longer focal lengths, like you're trying there. 600mm, you know, it's not a short instrument. So especially untracked, that's going to be hard. Yes, you will need a shorter focal length instrument to capture the North American nebula. Jose Navarro, how's it going, Jose? How do you go about processing 20 plus hours of data? Can I break the batch process into 2 and then stack the images? How's the data split up, Jose? Is it different channels, or is it all, let's say, like one-shot color data or something like that? So all broadband or all, you know, dual narrowband or something. Do you have an Instagram page? I do. Sorush. It's just Luco Matico at Instagram. I don't know. lucamatico.com / no, Instagram.com, is it? Ram.com. Does / Luca Matico get you there? Yeah, apparently it does. So yeah, that's my Instagram if you if you want it, mate. Let me just see if it will paste, because I had trouble with this before. But yeah, I don't upload much to it. I do need to do more with it, but it's been useful just lately for publishing the challenge images kind of thing. That's been a bit of fun. No problem, buddy. Yeah, no problem at all. Oops, let me just get myself comfortable. I have to nip to the loo actually in a minute. I'm struggling now. Now I've lost all my bodily fluids through sweat. I need to finish my excretion process. Too much information, probably. M13, beautiful target, I have to say, and this little galaxy here has been well captured too. What did we do this with? Redcat 51, 533 Pro, 6 hours and 30 second subs. Nice. So that's from Starfront, that one. I've got some M13 data as well. I'm going to try and drizzle mine though, in order to get the most out of it. That was taken with the SQA 106 as well. Too much information, yeah. Sorry, Pete. We're friends, you know what I mean? I can share this with you. Dolphin in sunglasses. First time imaging using a mount. Damn, that's a big step. Turned out far better than I thought it would. Still trying to get the hang of processing the data. If anyone better than me could tell me what things I could do better, I'd greatly appreciate that. Okay, so someone's jumped in and helped, which is always lovely to see as well. Someone's really helped, actually. Someone's gone in hard as Durr. Good on you, Durr. Taking the time to help someone out. That's really cool to see. I'll tell you what, though. The feedback I'll give you is this. If this is your first attempt with a mount, you're doing really, 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 really well. Going back to like my first images, this is miles better than my first attempt with a mount. And it's not close, so just keep on keeping on, mate. It's like your background levels are good, it's tiny bias towards blue, but it's just not important information for you right now. You're doing so well already, just keep at it. So Lucas 2 again, running chicken nebula. Gonna have to get something to drink, my throat's dried up. You would say you have to take less of a wee after that extensive bodily excretion process. I think so, to be honest, mate. Yeah, what an absolute mad session we've had today. It's just been... I'll remember it as long as I live. I really, really will. ASI 2600 MC, Bottle 2 Skies, Ascar 103, the Dewey 17. I'm seeing a lot of people enjoying these Dewey mounts. That's good to see. Antler Triband TC40, so that's the tripod. 5 hours of subs, PixInsight and Photoshop. 70% moon. Okay. Really nice and dramatic. Yeah, overall really nice and dramatic. And these Bok globules as well have been... so like normally I'd say that they're too dark. Do you know what I mean? I think that would probably be fair to say. They look almost black. But... I'm going to try and temper that with the fact that in context with the rest of the image and where they're placed on this, the silhouetted appearance of them actually looks really good. As does like the shadowed edge of this. It adds to the sense of depth that you can get from this image, and it allows you to, at least in your mind, place what you're looking at a bit more accurately, I think. Yeah, and kind of make sense of it. That's really cool to see. Small background bias, though. Your background appears to be free of gradients, but it does appear to bias towards blue, no doubt slightly as a result of that 70% moon, but it's all manageable stuff. You maybe not even seeing it if our monitor's calibration differs. Chuck's astrophotography. Let's see what he's done here, Chuck. So he's gone back to add some HA. M106, captured it with his RASA, 533, Antler L, Optilong L Extreme for that HA as well. 25.5 hours. Blimey. That HA has added a nice bit of information to this image. I like it, Chuck. And you'll note as well that Chuck's application of the HA, this fleck going up here and things like this, and the start of this spiral arm. And even little spots in this galaxy here too, by the look of it. It's been done with like a feathered edge, so it fits. It's in keeping perfectly with the rest of the processing on the image. So that's nice to see. Black point marginally too high for my personal tastes, but obviously this matches Chuck's personal tastes. His black points are always about this, it seems. So that's absolutely fine. There is no hard rule as to like where your black point should be set. It's a beautiful image, and it looks really, really nice indeed. This is from Raphael. Heart Nebula in HOO with Canon EOS 700D and a dual band filter. Okay. 10 to 11 hours, 300 second subs, processed with Cyril and SETI Astro. So you've got some small evidence of banding from that 700D, and I know about that because I've got a 700D Astro modded as well. But you could try to utilize, Raphael, if you do see this, if you have access to guiding, utilize dithering with a much larger dither than most people do, and that should help you to normalize out a lot of that fixed pattern noise that creeps in the form of banding on these images. But honestly, mate, DSLR and a filter, it's nice. You got some evidence of field curvature on this telescope that you've used. Doesn't say which scope is used, but you can see, like in the center, it's nice and flat, and then with the field curvature becoming apparent in the corners up there. So if you aren't using a field flattener, I feel like you probably are using a field flattener, given that most of an APS-C sensor is good, like up to here. It could just be a backspacing issue, potentially, if it is correctable. But other than that, I like your work with colours, and I think obviously you've tried to get rid of some noise in this image. I think it could stand a bit more, and a bit of background calibration in terms of the colour of what's visible in there as well might help, as it looks just a touch biased towards like a greeny blue to me. So it's all the same data, says Jose. 60 seconds, same gain, same flats, but I'd like to break the process time into 2. You could do it, Jose. Yeah, you could do it. You could even batch it up into more than that if you wish. So depending on what you're using to stack, just like select the proportion of the subs which you wish to stack, set them all off, and then set off, you set off your next stack, and then take those 2 masters that it's created and stack those together as well. Alternatively, if you know how to do it, you could bring in your previous master from your first stacking session and use that as a reference for your second stacking session. But depending on your software, that can be tricky because it might read the incredible signal to noise ratio you're going to have on that master and apply normalization to your unstacked subs a bit too aggressively. But yeah, I'd try to stack it all in one if you can. Just like set it off before going to bed. That's the most foolproof method of doing it. Look at the texture on this thing. Are these called? What are these called? These like Newton's rings? Because I don't think it's traditional banding. Like the ridges going along. You see it on a lot of like solar imagery, don't you? This is Astronomy with Claire, by the way, again. 5,000 frames, best 10%, Quark HA filter, and a 174. Really popular solar camera, them 174s. They're very big pixels. Nice stuff, Claire. Very, very textured. Struggling with the choice of buying, says Christoph, by the way, an ASI 585 mm with the entire 7-piece filter set from Aunt Leah, or a 2600 mm, but I'll have to wait for the filters. Help me, Luke. You are my only hope. Christoph, that's a tough question. My gut feeling is, if you go the route of the 585 with that, you will be very, very happy indeed. I love the 585. I think it's a fantastic sensor. But are you then going to miss the amount of extra real estate that 2600 offers? That's a question only you can answer, of course. If you think you won't mind, go with the 585, pocket the rest of the money. If, however, you feel like, 6 months in, you might find yourself trying to frame a big summer nebulae target or something and being like, I'm going to have to do a mosaic, whereas you otherwise wouldn't. Time is money. You could be better off actually just dropping the extra cash now if it's all affordable and getting yourself that bigger sensor to begin with. And, going that way. But the good news is, Christoph, there is no wrong answer in that. They're both lovely sensors, so you're going to be happy whichever way you go. Yeah, that's what I'd say. I bought a USB drive with VRAM to speed the process. I was processing for 24 hours on a mechanical hard drive. Oh, that's insane, Jose. Yeah, that's a lot, mate. Newton's rings, Pete says. I got you. Yeah, you do, don't you? Like induce tilt to get rid. That's crazy. Occam's razor. Does anyone have any advice for a good planetary camera to pair with an Edge HD 8? Thanks. It's hard to say. I mean, there's a lot of good planetary cameras out there right now. I don't think you probably need something like the 676 that I've got here. There are. Let me just open up. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Hang on. Let me just open up First Light Optics. Cameras. Let's just try and pick, or at least help you. So newest. So I've got a 676. I can confirm that that's a good sensor, but it's a little bit overkill perhaps. 2 micron pixels. Pretty tasty. Just have a look through. 662, what size are those? An Edge HD 8, 2.9, they're probably a bit big. I'd try to be getting a camera with 2 micron pixels for the Edge HD 8 if you're going to use it native. I wish we could apply Occam's razor to this problem and solve it, but there is so much choice in there these days. I'm a bit stuck, mate, to be honest. Are you wanting colour, by the way? One-shot colour or mono for your planetary camera? I would go one-shot colour myself. 715, USB 3, high-resolution planetary and lunar. Alright. I think this one's got 1.45 micron pixels or something. Yeah, this is it. So, this camera uses, I expect, probably the sub-pixel array from like the 585 type of sensor, which has got, double that along each edge, of course, for 2.9. That could be a great option. I think on most nights you'll be well sampled at native with no need to use a Barlow with the 715. So that would probably be a great choice. And it looks like it comes with an all-sky lens too, so I hope that's useful to you. If you're still here. Love your work, Luke. Oh, thank you, Jose. It's really kind of you, mate. Seriously make things easy to understand for us. Astrophotography is a never-ending learning quest. It is. I'm 100% there with you, mate, as well. It never ends. Let me just find out where we were. We were looking at, there we go, Claire's sun shot. Let me just go use the loo a minute. I'm absolutely bursting, if I'm being honest. Oh, as well, I need to set off. This one's running. Before I go, actually, let me just quickly set this thing up. Should only take a moment. One shot color would be good. Choice is overwhelming, to be honest. Thanks for your advice. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it just so happens, like I say, that 715 is probably just about spot on. I mean, you have got the option of using your Edge HD then with no need for a Barlow with that kind of sampling ratio. It's going to work absolutely fine. Like a Barlow would probably make your images worse with pixels that are that small. So that's like, it's a money saving exercise too, as well as not giving you any restrictions in your image quality. But one other reasonable way to do things, I guess, is take a look at AstroBin, find other people's images that you like the look of, and just see what they used. You know, like filter by scope, of course, Edge HD8, and then look for planetary shots. And the ones that make you go, whoa, have a look at what they used. But yeah, let's just let this thing unpack. Sorry about this, guys. I've got my sequence all set up and everything, so it should only take 2 seconds of us time. Okay, we've unpacked. Let's get this thing up and running. This has been a nice painless rig to use, to be honest. Never been giving me any issues. One after the other. Slew to center, start guiding, autofocus, on filter change. Yeah, spot on. Kick that thing off. Right then, chaps, I will be back, and ladies, I'll be back in just a moment. 2 seconds. Woo. Wow! Alright then. We're here, we're fueled up. With some more iron brew. We're on the hard stuff once again tonight, guys. Hopefully stream is still working properly. I've lost the ability to track what's going on, kind of, unfortunately. I will say, it's an incredibly clear night outside, but I'm wondering if what Pete were talking about with the aurora is true. The sky shouldn't be, I guess, looking at it now, but I don't know. The sky looks like a tint of green to it, and I don't know if it's just the moonlight filtering through the atmosphere, but normally it looks tinted like grey-blue, so I don't know. Joseph is asking, have you seen the Skywatcher HAC125DX minigraph? If yes, thoughts? So I've seen it from people's videos of, folks who went to NEAF. It looks interesting, although my gut feeling is it doesn't look yet like a fully mature product, so I would kind of anticipate teething issues still. I know the first time around they definitely got it wrong, and I'm just, like, surprised it made it to market with the front focuser and stuff like that, like what's going on there. But yeah, the DX looks an improvement with the rear focuser. It appears to slide the primary mirror on like a baffle tube, a bit like a Schmidt-Cassegrain crane. So that could be a major improvement, but I would just perhaps wait to see if any YouTubers or something like that can get their hands on one, or if someone else gets one out in the wild and can dissect it a little bit and talk more about what it's actually like to use one. That could be useful, because they're not cheap enough to be classified as budget, I don't think. So Astronomy with Claire, sorry, her M63 image right here. So this could stand a little bit of noise reduction as well if you do see this Claire. I like the coloration that you've gone for and overall detail that you've extracted from the data. You've done a very good job of processing this star in particular, by the way, which I do believe is very strong in its emission of infrared and ultraviolet wavelengths, even more so than stars typically are, because oftentimes this one you'll see a little bit of a halo coming around. I can't be the only person who's observed that, but I'm not seeing any evidence of it on your shot right there, so that's good to see. Black point's fractionally high for my taste, making it hard to, like, let's say, differentiate this fleck of dust from the background. That could perhaps be, you know, increase your perceived contrast by dropping black level just a touch on that. But yeah, overall, nice work. Just a look outside, there's a hint of the aurora, but the moon is really washing it out. Got ya. The Lucas PG. Luke, apologies if this is too personal, but is this channel your current source of income, or do you have another job during the day? No, this is my job, mate. Yeah, I'm incredibly privileged and lucky to be able to say that. Yeah, and you know, with the support we've seen tonight as well, my God, no, like no job I'd walk into is going to be doing anything like that for me anytime soon. So yeah, I just feel ridiculously lucky, mate, that this is my job. I do have like a side business as well. So you may have seen like some of the 3D printed parts that I've designed and sell. That helps out a lot each month. But the rest of it's just from like YouTube. Obviously, the live streams is huge. But then it's affiliate links, things like that. So people who click through my links and then go on to purchase things, that's ultimately all this comes together and allows me to support myself and my family with a bunch of smaller revenue streams, if you like. Pretty cool. Captured using an unmodified Sony A6000 one-shot color. Nice. Best 90% of 178 5-minute subs, 14 hours 50 minutes. No filter, 72% moon. Oof. Challenging conditions and an FF65. I'm really impressed that you've managed to capture some of this integrated flux nebula under those moon conditions, mate. That's pretty mega. Overall color and detail is nice. Yeah, I like it. Nothing's looking burned out. The core of the cigar or the core of bodes, they're two of the first things that would burn out typically. They look okay. The only image like issue that I'm seeing, I don't know if you guys can make this out through compression and things, but each of the brighter stars in the image has like a partnered donut ring around it that's a faded, larger version of the star, and it's only the brighter stars that I'm seeing it on. I'm seeing some very slight evidence of like black spots in the middle of mid brightness stars like this, etc. This up here I'm seeing to a degree as well. It'd be really hard to try and show you this, but let me just try and snip actually, and we'll just zoom in a moment. So can you see what I'm talking about? Those like little spots and such right there. So that's like the major issue that I'm seeing with the image, but it's otherwise very pretty. Black point looks pretty darn good. It's hard to set in this region. So yeah, if that's anything you're aware of and something you can sort, then yeah, have a look at that. How do you know that is flux nebula and not a flat background? Good question, Steve. Most of it comes from viewing reference images, and also like once you've done a quality background extraction on an image and you can see that other evidence of gradient in the image has been eliminated, such as like large scale linear gradients from one side to the other or across an image, or remnant vignette and things like that. So once you've otherwise flattened an image and you start to deeply stretch it, when you see structure such as this forming, which clearly does have structure to it rather than just large scale, quite literally gradient, then you can be certain that what you're viewing is signal rather than noise as such. And that's how. Another great way to do it though, Steve, is just by looking at reference imagery of a given area. If you're unsure, have a look around. Someone's probably put 500 hours onto a target that you're looking at. You can usually go from there and determine if you're hallucinating or if it's accurate. But yeah, a bit of prerequisite to pulling things out and knowing what's what is first off, I don't want to say like mastering your background extraction, but it kind of is that in a very faint area such as that. I've got to say I love the texture on this this shot. It looks like a macro photo of a sunflower or something like that. Richie, SV Bonnie 8TD, Daystar Quark, Play One Apollo M Max. They've got huge pixels, 9 microns across each edge. Processed with Auto Stacker and PixInsight, or ImPPG as well. Beautiful. Really, really fine solid imagery of that. I would have thought it was background and starred all over. Me too, Steve. 100%. But back in the day, before I was even aware of what IFN was, yeah, I'd have done the same thing, mate. I'd have been like, damn it, this day is full of weird gradients. EOS 60, SQA 55, Gem 28, 7.5 hours from bottle 6 to 7. I'm extremely undersampled on this setup. Can't wait for my 2600 MC Pro to arrive. Fair enough. Yeah, the 60 does have big pixels, I think. Wanted to see if I could get some of the IFN to show after a full night. No such luck. Yeah, that's fair enough, mate. It'd have to be a deeper stretch to see IFN on this, because the background is crushed. It's gone to like pure black on much of it. So over here there's like remnants of gradient, I think, going on, but the midpoint around M81, M82 is unfortunately squashed a bit. So it may be the case that some IFN is there on your image for you, but it just needs a more deep stretch applying. Pete's Astrophotography here. We've had lots of nice weather in the UK. Oh, I like this. Looks like a little Earth. Over the past couple of weeks, so perfect excuse to do some solar imaging. I've had an image of Earth to show the difference in scale between the sun and our little rock. Take one with a Sharp Star 76 and a Daystar Quark. Okay. Damn. Look at, I mean, that really gives you some scale, don't it? The size of Earth right there. About the size of my zoom marker. So Earth's about the size of that bright spot right there. Jeez, that's ridiculous. Thank you for that, Pete. Beautiful shot, and also the additional reminder of ultimately our insignificance. M51 the Whirlpool. Test of 5-minute subs, an hour and 15 in each filter. LRGB, needs more RGB looking over people's images. Okay. 1200mm you're running out there as well on a Skywatch 200p. That would be f6. No? I thought they're typically f5, the 200p. That's odd. But overall, Kieran, I think you've done a nice job, mate, to be honest. Your black level is pretty good for most of the background. There appears to be some leftover gradient, but it ain't much actually. Now I'm looking at it. M51's well resolved. A couple of frames have crept in that appear to have some eccentricity in them, likely as a result of wind nudging or small guide errors, something like that. But yeah, overall you've done well. It's a nice noise-free image as well, with plenty of detail still on display. I think masking could help you get the colours you're looking for on this, though. It appears that there's enough there in that M51 shot. I'm sure that you could get a bit more colour with some masking. Speaking of scale, says Wheeljack, the new feature on Astrobin to put in the moon for scale is really neat. I have not seen that, mate. I have not seen that. Damn. Is that on all images or something? I've got to check that out now. Let's just find something. We could test it on this. If we can cause an eclipse, we know it's working. Where's the moon thing? I'll just leave that open for a minute while we look at a couple more. But yeah, perhaps it's only on certain images, eh? Matej L. M51 invisible light through the Bada UV IR cut. Excuse me, sorry. Let me just wet the whistle. There we go. Lovely. Matej, yeah, lovely to be honest, mate. I like it. Good clean diffraction spikes, no evidence of, twisted veins or whatnot. Tons of detail coming through. The major issue I've got with the image is that M51 itself is sequestered in a little cocoon of purple for some reason. So I don't know how that's happened, perhaps as a result of masking processes in order to pull out the colours that you wanted from this image, but a little bit of work and you could get rid of that. Other than that, the background's largely flat, small bit of pitting just back there, but it is overall just a touch too bright. And if you do pull the stars out of this at any point during processing, I think you've got some beautiful star colour already, but you could perhaps even add a tiny bit more. That would be my takeaways from it. You're clearly very technically proficient, so hopefully that's appropriate feedback for you. Need a plate solved image. Got you, mate. I think it's default over the top bar. Got you. Brody. Hey, Luke. I'm back home. Welcome back then, Brody. Good to see you here again, mate. I'm about to set up for my live stream in 2 hours. Nice, mate. Nice stuff, yeah. By all means, I don't know if you've already made use of it, Brody, but, self-promote. we've got a channel for that, haven't we, in the Discord, self-promo. If you guys want to find out any more YouTubers, current, established, or upcoming, or otherwise, self-promo channel right there. People are more than welcome to use it. We could always do with more people doing this. It's great. So this is from Stephen Helixer. Macarian's chain. So this is his shot. This is the first light from the SQA 106 that he was talking about. Let's just let it load up. There we go. It's just popped in. Lovely detail right there in the eyes, I have to say. Yeah, I like that. Black level's good and low without being like crushed or anything like that. It's just deep. Noise is well controlled. Detail is lovely. I mean, look at this. This is probably my favorite pair of galaxies in this image. I don't know if you guys can make these out, but let me just crop up a moment for you. This is crazy having to use this tool, but these two barred spirals, look at those. They're so beautifully resolved, as well as a smattering of other background galaxies, as well as the relative size of nearby stars. Tremendous. Yeah, I think you've marked your scope there with a wonderful and very worthy first image. If you do see this at any point, Stephen, well done. I like that. Another one here, M63 Sunflower with the Edge HD 8 2600 MCR from Kelling Heath. Nice. Loads of detail. I do like what you've captured there with the M63. It's one of my favourite galaxies. This is that fleck we were talking about on Claire's image, by the way. You can see Stephen's black point's a bit lower and his signal's perhaps a bit richer too. So overall, like these very faint regions are now showing properly. So that's something that you could aim for, kind of thing, but Stephen's managed to do. There appears to be some notching around one of these background galaxies for some reason, like a little crescent-shaped notch. Nothing too distracting. Overall, it's a very, very pretty image. Slight background bias towards, of all things, it looks like brown to my eye. But you could confirm or otherwise that, Stephen, if you do see this. But again, it's not distracting, and it's overall tastefully processed, I think. I'm not seeing any... Sorry, I have to keep moving around sometimes to get the best, like, on-axis performance to my screen. It's at its best when viewing square on. Yeah, overall, looks nice. Small, like, dark spot in the top corner, but yeah, not much to worry about. But look, that is one of Windows 11's best features. The snipping tool. Yes. Barrington Russell. Or is that Russell Barrington? Sorry. Hello, mate. Hello to you too, sir. Nice to join. Love your work as always. Thank you. That's very, very kind of you, Russell. I appreciate that. I do. Hope you enjoy your stay. M66 and M65 from Stephen as well. 2600 MC Air. Now this is nice. Yeah, those are lovely. This is beautifully resolved, really. Color balance is overall very nice. I feel like it could have stood a half strength SCNR if you want. Stephen, if you do see this, I reckon it's worth, if you've still got the project, or wish to even try it on your PNG, do that. But other than that, it's a very, very pretty image. The only thing I could offer you as a small amount of feedback to this as well is your stars are beautiful, but they look slightly muted. Likely as a result of moving the which is now the mid slider on generalized hyperbolic stretch just ever so slightly too far. But it's hard to say exactly why. But they do look very slightly muted. But again, it's not something that's majorly eye-catching. What is eye-catching is the resolution you've achieved and the colours, though. So, yeah, remarkable. Really, really lovely shot. Seeing some cracking images been posted tonight, by the way, guys. Thank you very much indeed for sharing these with us. Oh, you are here, Stephen. Got you. Quite around the background cast. Annoying. That's fair enough, Stephen. Yeah. Like this image is void of it. The background cast looks fine on this, as in there isn't one. But I just noticed it a bit on this. It's like like a purpley brown. It's hard to say. It's not much though, mate. It's not much. Another one from an Edge HD 8. What a little workhorse they are, eh? I say little. They're a decent sized scope, but you know what I mean. And this is M13, 4.45 hours LRGB. Beautiful. Lovely resolution. And I think we've talked about this before during one of the previous live streams. Black point would otherwise be a little bit low, but in context with a cluster, I think it adds luster to the cluster. So, yeah, I like it, actually, as it's set. The only thing it could stand would be maybe a touch of noise reduction overall. But again, it's not overly distracting or anything. So, yeah, lovely shot. A session well spent, I'd say. Sean, good to see you, Sean. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Thomas Mady, can anybody tell me roughly how long we've been live? My live stream, like, studio's crashed, unfortunately. I can still see chat and things. But, yeah, I reckon it got broke. Why are the blue stars teal-ish? On here. Do you mean these ones, Gideon? Like, when I'm mousing over right now? Because, like, the majority of the stars look pretty neutral white. And, oh, crikey, Milkman. Bloody hell, mate. Thank you for that so much. Coming in with a 20 membership gift. That's absolutely awesome. Welcome aboard to all the new members, by the way. 3 hours, 20 minutes. Got you. Thank you very much indeed for that, guys. Oh, Milkman, you're too kind, dude. I really, really appreciate your support, mate. I do. That's fantastic. Welcome, members. Do you use a slight double screen? I can see what you're saying, Gideon. I think it's entirely arguable that you could perhaps try with SCNR, but overall, like the majority of them, let's say if I mouse over like this region here, they look nice and neutral. The yellow ones look, you know, nice and yellow, like main sequence stars, I suppose, or something like that. But the blue ones, I don't know. On my screen, most of them do look pretty blue. But I'm seeing what you're saying. There might be a hint there for sure. Good eye, by the way. Good eye indeed for noticing that, Gideon. Thomas Mady, 6 hours with the Canon EOS 90D. You're very welcome, Luke. Oh, thank you again, Milkman. Thank you. all these notifications popping up is awesome. Yellow one's fine, yeah. About 6 hours with the Canon EOS 90D, unmodified. Wow, and he's captured the California Nebula like that with a 135. I can only assume it's a Samyang 135 or Rokinon to really smash some photons down onto that sensor. Nice capture. Overall, yeah, nice capture. Background is fractionally brighter than I personally like it myself, and it has got a very slight green cast to it. Don't know if you can make that out. Around here it's particularly prevalent. But overall, it's really nice. There's lots to see, certainly, as well. So, yeah, overall, very nice job. Very nice job indeed. Left a screenshot of the moon scale thing, just in the general channel in your Discord. Oh, thank you, Wheeljack. I'll just check that out a sec. Oh, got ya. Ha! That's sick. So I'm assuming you can like drag that around and see. That's cool in its own way, isn't it? Because like we were just talking about, when you see something you sort of know, you're used to seeing it all the time, you immediately can place the size of these things then in the night sky. That's a good feature. Yeah, that's a good feature. Thank you for showing that, mate. Let me just pick up where we were. Hey, we're nearly at the end. How about that? Let's continue trying to give some useful feedback. Total reprocess after your previous review. Oh, damn. Okay. Yes, indeed. I like it. Yeah, I very much like it. I think your colours are lovely. This isn't biased really towards anything. It looks like a nice neutral colour now. The extension out towards the edge right there. Star colour is nice. Star shape and size, of course, overall well controlled, tasteful. Nothing's looking like really forced on the image. The core is very detailed, but it doesn't look, in context with this image, it doesn't look forced, I don't think. Only things, it's a beautiful image. The only things I might try to change if I was you is very slightly soften on the HA regions, but that's up to you. If you wish to leave them as sharp as they are, of course, it's entirely up to you. And to try to identify what's causing this slight excavation of like the dust that is around M51 right there. I'm seeing what does appear to be like a pitting or an excavation right there on that top limb, but the rest of it looks absolutely glorious. So yeah, lovely stuff. Image quality, the likes of which I think most people would be very, very happy with. So well done, mate. Yeah, it is. It's a wonderful one, that, Sean. It's like the Real Size of Countries website. That's interesting, isn't it? I know that maps are so far off, generally speaking, because they all use the Mercator projection, is it? Which makes stuff like Greenland look absolutely appetizing to Donald Trump. No, sorry, makes it look really massive. But it is big, but not quite as big as a Mercator projection makes it look, you know what I mean? PS Films. Don't have Pixie Sight, so no BlurXTerminator, but I do have StarX and NoiseX AI version 3. Okay, so I've used that after processing in Cyril and Cosmic Clarity just for the stars. Went through a smoother approach. Okay, I think you've achieved the smooth appearance to this. I do like it. You fetched out loads of that dust around there. It's like sparkling link of background galaxies down there as well. It's come out wonderfully. I have to say that's very pretty. My feedback, if you want it, on this image, there appears to be, yeah, I think so, just a very slight dip in background levels here, like roughly where I'm mousing. It's like noticeable there, a little hint of a dip there. Other than that, the background's pretty flat and slightly purple toned as well. So if you could try to neutralize that background and preserve what you've done in the galaxy, mostly that'd be nice. But yeah, other than that, the only thing that I would try to change is, you know, like we just saw on that previous M51, where this like extension down here is a bit more white. This is leaning towards brown, which is, I don't know, a little bit odd. But it's still very pretty in its own right. So you know, please, if you do see this, PS Films, take the feedback in the spirit that it's intended. Taking a already very pretty image, in my opinion, up just a slight other notch. Is there a better Discord invite link? The one in the YouTube description doesn't seem to work for me, John Hudson says. At the top of this chat, John, there should be a link with a little https://discord right there from Stan, in brackets TRO, and he's got a little spanner next to his name there, just at the top of the chat. That one should work. Steve says, me and Dan from Astroworld had a conversation about about you and Neve. Hopefully all good things, Steve. Nah, Dan's a lovely chap. He's been asking me to appear on the show kind of thing, but I'm having so much trouble like planning anything these days. It gives me like excess anxiety. So I've told Dan that, you know what I mean? I haven't given him any excuses. I've just told him, this is the problem, dude. And you know, he understands, of course. I'll tell you what, something Dan did as well were really lovely at one point. I don't know if any of you, I know some of you in chat will remember this, but like a year ago and a bit now, I lost one of my friends who was heavily into astrophotography, Nigel, and Dan like heard about it and he sent through like a lovely calendar and stuff that they'd had put together, which I thought were really nice. I've still got that, of course. But yeah, Stephen's M101. Anyway, going off on a random tangent here. Welcome to having little ones. Yeah, absolutely, Mike. It's weird. Like, I've said this before, and it does make, it kind of makes sense to me. Before I had kids, a child, should I say, to be more accurate. Let's not get ahead of myself just yet. I was absolutely able to be completely stressed out to the tips of my chuffing tits kind of thing. Just totally stressed. I feel just as stressed now I've got my son, but it's a different type of stress. So it's proper weird. But it's good. It's good all the same. It's very, very good. I feel like a lucky chap. He's an absolute pleasure, I tell you. My son Felix is a lovely baby. There's no trouble. Loads of detail, by the way, on this thing. It's completely smattered with HA as well, which I like to see. I will say, if you are here, Stephen, on this one, I'm seeing some evidence of texturing going on, which looks like hallucination of some kind. Like shouldn't be there. So like a textured structure going through here. And through the fainter part of this limb too, especially. So I don't know what's caused that, but it might be worth looking into. It's just strong enough to be distracting to me on otherwise what looks like, you know, very pretty data. I think all it could stand with is just a bit more saturation. Probably that'd level things off. Stress that makes you excrete your bodily fluids. One and the same, Gideon. From all orifices. Yeah. Hickson 44 from my London skies. Skywatcher 1. Hang on. I just thought I just heard my dog. What would he be doing outside? Just 1 second, guys. Yeah, I wasn't having a auditory hallucination. He was outside. Crikey, sorry about that. Sometimes the link works, but the server doesn't show up in the app. Odd. Woof. Yes, indeed. Hickson 44 from my London skies. 7 Skies Astro. So this is 120 ED, 533 MC Pro, Optilong L Pro filter, nearly 12 hours of data. Lovely, to be honest, mate. Yeah, I really like it. I know that a 120 ED, I'm just going to point this out. No, I'm not trying to say anything about 120 ED or anything like that. I'm just going to point this out for people watching who might be unfamiliar about some of the differences between doublets and triplets and quadruplets and quintuplets, etc. You are going to see an element of chromatic aberration creeping into your images, which you can see that Rob's had here on an image. You have to stretch strongly to bring out these fainter parts, such as these extensions. So you can see like a blue fringing around some of the stars. Now, it's a really good example of a quality doublet is a 120 ED. But if, let's say, if that kind of thing bothers you and you don't yet have a telescope, maybe look at a triplet, a well-corrected triplet, and you'd see a bit less false color around bright limbs and things like that. But yeah. As you can see, a quality doublet can still get you a very high quality image. It's beautiful. So, yeah, like I said, I'm not trying to pick it apart or anything like that. I'm just trying to use it as a learning moment. The background for me, though, if you do see this, Rob, just very slightly bright. Could do with being brought down a couple of steps. Just for my taste. You can probably see difference between, let's say, Stephen's M101 right there, the background, versus that. Word caused that weird stuff in my M101. I like the colour gold, though. Got you, mate. Tried on the iPad and the laptop. Oh, Stan's got you a new link. Would you like me to pin that new one to the top, Stan, just while we finish off this stream, mate, or is that alright? I think we've only got a few more images to go. I'd stay with you all month, guys, with bloody support you've given tonight. It's been outrageous. But I really should go make sure Chloe and Felix are alright. I'm having trouble sleeping a bit, to be honest, just lately. I can't seem to drop off to sleep until Chloe's just, about ready for waking up. Then we hand over. This is very nice and soft looking. Monkey Head Nebula in HOO palette. I'm proper slumping in my chair. Oh. There we go. How about that? No worries, Luke. Good stuff. Yes. So Gideon Sanders, Redcat 51, ASI 183 MC Pro, IDAS MBZ, 84, 5-minute subs. Took your advice and removed some red from the blue. Nice. Yeah, I think you've almost cracked it there, Gideon. If you are still here, it's very, very close. It still looks fractionally close to purple to my eye, which would indicate maybe just even a touch less red in there would help neutralize that back to a teal color. But it's very nice. Even if you want to leave it just as is, it's still very, very nice. You can see that monkey head profile as well going on. Lovely stuff. A good deep stretch while maintaining nice smooth data, good star shapes, sizes, and colors, as we've talked about. And no evidence at all of background gradients too. So you've done a wonderful job of neutralizing those completely without any evidence of pitting, by the way, as well. So that's really commendable, mate. Good stuff. So Martin posted 1 hour ago. He's posted 2 images actually. Hashtag Lucamatico. A Sol Nebula shot right here. Likely taken with a dual band filter, I'm going to guess that. 1-shot color. Nice. I mean, obviously there's some gradients and stuff creeping in around towards the edges. And as part of trying to neutralize those and process the image, I suppose you've nuked a little bit of the oxygen 3 kind of pool within the Sol Nebula right there, and here this is a bit weaker on this side. So that would be the next thing I'd work on. If you do want pointers, just getting that background extraction. Just so is the thing. You'll know when you've got it right, because these kind of glowing areas will be eliminated while leaving preserved the rest of the actual feature itself. So can be useful when you're trying to eliminate gradients and you're not yet familiar with what an object looks like, would be to, let's say, take this version, which looks fairly complete in terms of the HA structure, for example, make a clone and then work on another image alongside it, so that you can be sure when you're doing your background extraction that you're not also inadvertently taking out some of the signal along with it and throwing the baby out with the bathwater, so to say. This, however, you've done a really effective job of neutralizing the background, so it's got a nice natural look to it. And yeah, I think this image is actually leaps and bounds ahead of your previous shot just there. So well done on both counts, and thank you for sharing. Appreciate that. Astronomers / astrophotographers don't sleep, at least not at night. I think that's pretty fair to say. It's working out fine, to be honest. I know I was just talking about it like I'm having a moan or something, but no, it's working out okay. Not sleeping on a night kind of thing. It means that Felix is always being looked after. My abnormal job, being here on YouTube, does kind of facilitate it as well. And Chloe's okay with it too. She takes some comfort in the fact that she can just have a really good deep sleep without worrying about, Felix kind of thing, because I'm looking after him at night. So yeah, it's got its upsides. Gives me some quality time to spend with him as well, which is nice. Evo Guide 50 ED, the Duo 183MC uncooled Star Adventurer 2i Pro. So this is a really mini rig. L Extreme, bought for 7 hours and 10 minute subs. That's awesome, dude. He's done this with the guide scope, just to be clear. I don't think I have one to hand, actually. It's out in the observatory, but an Evo guide it is literally a little doublet guide scope. So he's done a wonderful job there. He's probably already, no doubt, aware of this little issue, but there's some evidence of pitted stars. So you can see the top star right there. It's now a donut. But it's such minor feedback on what is otherwise really a very, very pretty image, especially given the extremely modest equipment that James has taken that with. So yeah, that's good. That's really good to see. Also, he's eliminated background gradients successfully, and the background levels are good too. There just appears to be a very slight purple cast, but it ain't much. I think we're nearly at the end of this now, guys. If you refresh the galaxy I popped. Okay, mate, I'll have a look at that. Hi, Luke. I got my hands on the Tube Tech replacement. I'm currently reversing the software to make one. Interesting. I tried out the Astro Station. Stella Vita, they renamed it, didn't they? A few nights back to give it another like chance, because I thought TubeTech were really actually quite reasonable to the feedback that I gave. Like that first video I made, I was kind of fuming because I'm like, what's going on here? I just feel like I'm having my time wasted kind of thing. This is nowhere near ready for release. But they took the feedback well and they promised changes, and they have delivered on most of them so far. And yet, I still couldn't finish a session, unfortunately. Wi-Fi failures kept preventing anything actually happening. So, that's it for me. Hopefully the one you got's got a better internal card, though. I would say I know some people are having some success with it, though. So don't let my experience put you off. It could be that it's mostly an isolated kind of thing that I'm experiencing. I don't know. Taken from a Hypernova Observatory, Edison. Quark, Player One camera, ED80 scope. I have to say, by the way, this looks like an Irish wolfhound or something. Like, if you turn it 90 degrees, I'm seeing some sort of animal. There's its back legs, front leg, like mid-canter. Yeah, I'm always seeing stuff. Beautiful shot here, though. Lovely texture on display. Thank you for sharing. I'm no judge really of solar stuff. Probably have a dud. Potentially, Gideon. Yeah, potentially, mate. So Steve, this is very pretty. I could see. I think Steve was here just recently. Actually, I think. Hopefully, you guys can make this out. This is something we need to actually take a little look at. This is a black eye galaxy. And it's got some lovely details. A little bit of a green cast, very minor, but it's not that I really want to talk about. It's kind of these square artifacts right here. So you can see like there's one there, a mottled coloured square. The one here. There's evidence of a few more at the top. So I'd love to be able to get to the bottom of what's caused that. I mean, assuming some form of it's like star extraction has been used as part of your processing, and that might have artifacted. It's hard to say, but it's otherwise a very pretty image, Steve. So well done. Milkman, this is a happy mistake. I was going for the Iris Nebula. Just received my EQM35. I wasn't using guiding or plate solving. I just entered what I wanted into the hand controller, missed my target by a bit, not knowing any better, I ran with it. This is a happy mistake. It looks phenomenal. Using a Nikon D750 with the William Optics Zenith Star 61 Model 2. Damn. I originally imaged in July of 2023. I know the IFN is more whitish, but I kind of like the chocolate look. Maybe too much. Damn, dude. That is one dusty boy. I like it. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, for me, it is slightly too brown. Kind of thing. But if if it was a conscious processing choice that you made, yawning, sorry, then yeah, go for it. Now, one thing I am seeing, and I'm not sure whether it's, is there any clues as to what could be going on in your description there? So you weren't using guiding or plate solving, so I expect that whatever you've used to sharpen has also inadvertently sharpened what I would assume to be fixed pattern raining noise in the image. So like correlating patterns, you can see a lot of like texture going from, I don't know, 10 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the image in streaks all over, which I'm assuming was like trails of hot pixels and things like that. But it's been picked up by whatever's been doing the sharpening, and it's added an overall wood grain texture to it, which is a little distracting overall. But it's a very, very pretty image otherwise. So I'm a bit torn. I don't know if Milkman's still here. I know he's definitely obviously been in chat earlier on, giving some absolutely wonderful support as well, but that's a tough one. to really identify. I do think with him saying he hasn't used guided, though, we are likely to see like correlating noise patterns getting picked up mistakenly. I wonder what he used to sharpen this. Getting back on with the itchy nose again. I'll just refresh this, as a gentleman in chat said they wanted me to take a look at their image as well. Squares are not coming through YouTube compression. Got you, Mike. Got a new cam, so I hope it's not there. No, it's almost certainly processing, Steve. Yeah, it's almost certainly processing. I can just to try and show you what I'm talking about, I'll just make a screen grab real quick. And hopefully, Steve, being like shown what I'm talking about might make you aware of it, the next processing run kind of thing. I do hope, by the way, Steve, that you don't ever feel like I'm like picking on your images or something like that, buddy. I'm really, really not intending any of the feedback to feel like that for people. What's going on? Would you load up, you rascal? There we go. All right, so I'll just stretch the new NAS off this, Steve, real quick, and you should hopefully see what I'm talking about. It's going to blur out the galaxy, but hopefully it'll show you, you know, what's going on. So can you now see those squares? There, kind of thing. That's probably contrasty enough where you can see them. In fact, now I've stretched it, it is a grid across the whole image. It is segmented up into squares, and I've definitely seen that kind of thing from like star removal programs. But I don't know why it would have in particular created an artifact in your image. Very, very odd. You'll have to let me know if that's coming through for you now. If not, I'm not sure what else I could do at that point. But you are here, Milkman. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, so you want to say it's walking noise? Yeah, that's fair enough. Dust Rooney. Yeah. Got you. Yeah, I think, like you say, Milkman, like we were talking about, I think it is walking noise. Don't let me point it out, take away from the fact that it's actually a dustier image than I have ever done myself. It really, really is. So the good points of your work in this is it's free of gradients, completely. Like completely free of gradients. I don't see any evidence of them whatsoever in the image. You've made conscious processing choices on colorization to match your tastes, which is perfect. And you know you've let me know about them as well ahead of time, so we know it's like you've done this on purpose. The black level in areas, it's hard to find them, of course, where it should be black, like down here, I guess. This lobe right here, this area right here, and this knot of dust actually looks really well set, very tastefully done. And the depth of stretch that you've applied is tremendous as well. So you know, while also not really blowing anything out. So there's some major plus points to take away, Milkman. Like I say, my eye was drawn to that, so I thought I'd mention it, kind of thing. I think those squares are StarX when it's not using a large tile overlap. That's really useful information, Russell. Thank you. So that could perhaps be what it is. StarXTerminator, or StarNet if you use it potentially. Steve, of course, you know you'll know, but that might be it. What Russell's just said right there. Thermonuclear garden, rosette, oxygen, hydrogen, sulfur. So it's not the standard rendition of this thing, which is SHO. This is the other way around, hey? Flipped. Thought I'd join and upload my first image. This is Barrington right there. Got you. Dramatic and quite unique perspective on the Rosette Nebula was produced by imaging the object primarily in the oxygen spectrum. Additional colour was added. So I put in like a narration voice for this. Additional colour was added by collecting light from the hydrogen and sulfur emissions. Are we doing the rest of the stream in radio voice or? This is an oxygen, hydrogen, sulfur, narrowband composite, and inverse Hubble palette. Nice. I'm continually impressed at how far the William Optics RedCap 51 can be pushed. For such a small beginner scope, it really delivers the goods. Couldn't imagine I'd be taking photographs like this when I started out just over 2 years ago. This is Kurt Sagatst, and you're watching the latest video. I've clearly lost my marbles, guys. Sorry. Luke Attenborough. That's it. Cracking image, dude. I have to say. Yeah. Beautiful. I really like that you've gone for a non-standard rendition on this thing. It's free of gradients. It's very tastefully processed. It's a deep stretch. Star shape, size, color, you know, is well controlled, and color has been retained as well. Nowhere's blown out. Maybe this bright star here or two, but it's, you know, it's not a big deal. Yeah, lovely. Nice accurate black point. Loads of detail. Good stuff. If you want any last little bit of feedback, Russell, I would perhaps do one pass of NoiseXTerminator if you have it, just before saving it out. That could be worthwhile. Yeah. Very, very nice, mate. BBC voice for the win. Definitely can't, mate. I'm good to hear that, Mike. Yeah. Squares at SXT, good to know. I guess we've pinned it down, and that could be useful for Steve to watch out for. Welcome to Luke's Astro Station. That's it. looks like a Fargoid ship. What's that from, Gideon? Christoph Domansky. So this is, I didn't check, this is a Fireworks Galaxy, yeah? IC342. Third largest galaxy in our sky, and I rarely see anyone photograph it, which is a shame, because it's a very nice object. Unfortunately, it's located behind the Milky Way. Try to get as much out of the hydrogen as possible. ASCAR 71F, 585MC, AM5N, 72 10-minute subs, with the dual band filter, interesting, and 125-minute subs with the UV IR cut. Nice. Well, that's came together nicely, Christoph. I'm going to give you some feedback on it, of course. I know you're working with limited focal length, of course. So here's what it is. There's green halos around a lot of stars, unfortunately, and there is a green bias to the background of the image. So if you could try to neutralize that as a result of your processing, like when you're applying your background extraction, it should get rid of most of that. Otherwise, I would actually advise you to take a run at processing just your UV IR cut data on this one. Give that a go and see how that looks, to give you an idea of what the natural color balance can look like, especially if you do pre-calibrate the data with spectrophotometric color calibration. That'll really help you kind of massage it into shape, if you will, the data before you then go ahead and stretch it. Other than that, though, there's no real like glaring issues. I can, you know, stars are slightly orby, but they're not bad by any means. It just looks like the strongest part of this image is unfortunately the dual band data, which has taken over a little bit. I think I just processed an image of this actually from some old data the other night. I'm not doing this to like try to show off or something, but I just mean in its natural colors, it can look really nice. This was taken Edge HD at f7, I think. Yeah, this was a reducer. Yeah, 0.7 times. And not a deep data set or anything like that from pretty bad skies. So the natural color can be pulled out. I, of course, utilized SPCC to colorize this thing. But you kind of can probably notice the difference in color balance in that galaxy. This is a bit brownish green. If you could bring it back towards like galaxy blue, that'd be absolutely beautiful. You should look that up. ED reference. ED, what is it? I'm sure it's an obvious acronym and I'm just missing it, but John Hudson, since I'm new here, I'll share an image I did a few months ago. I think it turned out well. Okie dokie. So this is an Astrobin link. Let's just have a look. RGB from Ball 7 Skies, 2600 MCGO, FF65, Quint, AM3, SI Mini. This guy's a man after my own heart, isn't he? One shot colour and an ASI Air. We'd get on well, John. I'm telling you that, mate. Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, overall, beautiful like colours that you've achieved. If you could just neutralise the background green cast, I don't know if you'll see this, John, but yeah, if you could just neutralise that background green cast, you'd be onto an absolute stonker. You already are. It's a beautiful image, but that little like caster colour is a bit distracting for me. We've captured loads of detail, star shape, size, colour, etc. It's all very, very well managed, and it's tastefully processed. Doesn't look forced or anything like that. So yeah, lovely stuff. Thank you for sharing that, John. If I was logged in as well, I'd give you a follow, mate, but I am alas I am not, so I'll give you a like on this instead. Right, chaps, I am absolutely cronked, cronky donked, cronkarooned, as Gideon might say. Elite Dangerous. Oh, right. Got ya. Yeah, Elite Dangerous looks pretty good actually, doesn't it? I've been wondering about the Star Citizen. That looks pretty interesting, but yeah. I think I messed up blending. So, oh, so you are here, Christoph. Got ya. Well, I'm glad you were able to hear that. Hopefully, that's some useful feedback. What I would try, like I said, Christoph, would perhaps be just put aside for a moment the dual band data, as it really is typically for nebula stuff. You can integrate that kind of data into a galaxy or a broadband shot otherwise, but it's challenging without it having it dominate the rest of the image. So what I would try to do is put another run at processing into just that portion of it, the UV IR cut data, if you get the chance, and if you have the inclination to do so. I think that could be a very constructive way to spend some time. But it's not for me to judge. I'll improve this with darker skies. I think, oh, you are here, John. Good stuff. Yeah. It's spot on, like I say, mate. If all you did to it was just load it into PixInsight and apply SCNR, it'd probably neutralize it straight up for you. You know what I mean? I'll just load it up. I'll make a screen grab if you don't mind, John. It's just to kind of demonstrate what I'm talking about. It could just be a screen calibration difference thing between your screen and my screen. Hang on, what's going on here? Oh yeah, accept. I'll just. Don't worry, John. I'm not going to do anything nefarious with your data. I'm just sniping it 1 second. So if we just really quickly, I'm losing control. Right, load John's image in, make a clone so we can see it before and after. We'll have them tiled next to one another, just like, I don't know, 50% SCNR. Kind of, it's like neutralized it straight up. So I don't know if you can see the difference between that. If we try to perhaps highlight what I'm talking about by utilizing the curves tool, for example. So if you hold down your mouse button, your left mouse button, and mouse around, you can see the distribution of the colors and their kind of like relative weights between one another. Demonstrated right there live on the histogram as I just move around. So you can see the green is actually the furthest towards the right, indicating it's the most prevalent. The blue's in the middle, the red is off to the left. And if I move up here, red's going to take over, of course. So that's why I'm looking at an area of background. If I just mouse here, for example, now, that SCNR has pulled the green in line with the blue. I'm having to like move around to get it to just stop dancing on top of that blue. So hopefully you can see what I'm just saying there, John. Like that for me was all it needed. Like that last little bit. I have to just open up chat again. I don't know if you can see where I'm showing you there, but yeah, thanks for sharing all the images, guys and girls. Very much enjoyed. Me too, Don. Yeah, mate. Thank you very much indeed, chaps, for sharing that. It's, as always, super duper interesting. I agree. Good catch. This is what we seek feedback for. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Like, I love giving feedback if people don't take it like to heart or something and feel wounded. It's a beautiful shot. Yeah, good stuff. Ultimately, all I want these sessions to be is just constructive, because I definitely get stuff out of them. I learn every time we do one of these. And as I've said before, every time I go into looking at one of these images, I come into it with an advantage of having completely fresh eyes. It's my first time seeing your image, you know what I mean? So if you've been editing for hours, you're kind of blind to your own image at times. I've definitely had that happen many times before. So yeah. Anyway, guys, it goes without saying, tonight has been a special one. I think that's putting it lightly. It really, really has. The support from you all has been so far above and beyond anything I could have ever at any point in my life expected to be on the receiving end of. So I want you to know truly that I am very, very grateful indeed to each and every one of you. And that is the truth, straight from the heart. But more than that, kind of what I touched upon earlier as well, I think for someone like me, and I'm sure we all probably feel this sometimes, like you experience like imposter syndrome, like what am I doing here? Am I doing the right thing? Do I belong? Doing this, having kind of those kind of self-doubts, the amount of positive reinforcement that you've offered as a result of tonight, as it can't possibly be put into words. So, what I'm trying to say, in a very long-winded way, is thank you, very genuinely, very, very genuinely, thank you. Appreciate it a very great deal. Thanks a bunch, Luke, for all the learning. Oh, crikey, Sean, one other road. You guys, honestly, you're absolute legends. You really, really are. I appreciate that a great deal, Sean. Thank you. Yeah, I'll contact you via Discord later on regarding that 120. No problem, Gideon. Yeah, I'll ask Chloe and make sure she's happy with potentially parting with it. But like I said, it's a beautiful scope in its own right, and I'm still very happy with it. It's just I don't see where I'm going to mount it that I wouldn't already have mounted the 106 in my case, because I'm in this crazy position where I've got both. You know what I mean? I'll just read what you're saying. Enjoyed this a lot, even though join late. When's the next stream? We have no set schedule, Russell, unfortunately. I'd kind of just go live as and when. Usually when Chloe says to me, Luke, I think you should do a stream. Which probably when she's signalling to me that she's sick of hearing me for a bit and wants a few hours peace. But yeah, we kind of go live. We do this kind of thing. Have a bit of fun. It looks like as well, I imagine, my imaging sessions still ongoing. Hopefully working. We will see. But yeah, it's been a hell of a lot of fun, guys. And again, like I say, the support means more than you could possibly know. Thank you. Truly thank you. Many thanks for another enjoyable stream. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate that, mate. And I can now cash that moderator check, says Stan. That's it, mate. Night, Pete, mate. Thanks for the stream. Hey, no problem at all. Thanks for joining in, Pete. As always, makes a Friday evening a bit more bearable. Have a good sleeper, Rooney. I will. And failing that, I'll have a good sleeper, Roni. if Sleeperoo is not working. Yeah. Being a parent's best job in the world. Agreed, mate. Yeah. Great stream. Have a great day. Thank you, Milkman. Thank you very much indeed for your support as well, of course. Everybody who's given support. Again, like I say, can't thank you enough. Super. Right then, chaps. Ooh. Oh, what a note to end on. I've just nearly broke my little toe while trying to move in my chair. Christ. Oh. What a smack. That's like standing on a plug or something. Jeez. Sorry, anyway. I didn't mean to scream at you for the last thing I say, but I've just nearly knocked my little toe clean off. Anyway, superb. Thanks very much indeed, guys. I look forward to seeing you in a future stream, whenever that may be, or videos, all sorts is upcoming. Have a good one. I appreciate you all, guys. Clear skies.